out their families. When you get these terrorists, you have to take out their families.
Putin's a killer. A lot of killers. We got a lot of killers. Why you think our country's so innocent?
Death penalty. Bring it forth.
The only good communist is a dead communist!
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism
Americanism, not globalism.
that threatens the very foundations.
Will be our credo.
I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. Hail Trump! Hail our people! Hail victory!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful night tonight. Need to check real fast to make sure the voice changer isn't on, because that could have been a really funny way to start the stream off. Hope you're all doing very, very well tonight. It is Friday, my dudes. We have a war this weekend, guys. I hope you don't have any other plans available. Because listen, all right, sometimes your country needs you. Sometimes a foreign country needs you as well. But I mean, we said the same thing about Monday, Tuesday, but, always possible. Crazy time of the year. We have lots to discuss tonight. We have base gun news. We have cringe gun news, as usual. Thank you, John Howard, who is, in fact, homosexual over on Ko-Fi. And then we got just lots of stuff in between, lots of rage bait. It's Friday night, so I stored up all week a large load of rage bait for all of you. And then on stream, we're just going to let it all out. All right. But before we do, we got Jake and Richard. How is everybody's night going so far?
Doing all right.
Ah, just all right. All right, fair enough. Fine.
No, it's
Friday.
actually-
You're not
it's going
excited for the
great,
weekend at
John.
all? You don't have
No.
anything going on?
I take it back. It's going great. I'm excited for the weekend.
Bro, I asked my co-hosts, like, hey, how you doing tonight? And they're like, oh, I just want to kill myself. It's fine. It's like, whatever. I'm like, oh, perfect. All right. Well, hey, rage bait's going to work out great for you this time. I've got a DD4 and a direction for you, okay? Richard, how's your night going?
I just had to pause for a second to pull the shotgun out of my mouth. I'm good.
All right. Anyways, the best co-hosts are the ones that you don't have to pay health insurance for because they're about to take themselves out. But you know, this week we had earlier on Tuesday, we had the State of the Union. There were many different opinions about it, many different feelings about it. Some people were excited, some people weren't, some people needed to itch their balls, but the full gambit of female emotions on display about the State of the Union. Just, you know, it's a modern female in 2026, you know, sometimes your balls itch and you have to do something about it. Now, speaking, that's Arrow's policy. Now, yeah, Arrow does the same thing, actually. They're like, hey, listen, if we don't have any employees, can't pay their health care. Well, they can't pay their health care anyways, which is why they got it canceled on them. That made Reddit upset for some reason. Reddit was not happy with me pointing out the fact that Arrow's decline is near, or at least it's not being helped along. What are you drinking right now, Modelo? Nice. All right, but somebody else who has big balls. Not that I would know, but Kentucky, actually, there's there's a bill being passed around, you could say, all right, that would allow the state police to transfer machine guns to Kentucky residents. Now, we saw something very similar to this, what, Monday? Where was that? Which state was that?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Was it? I thought it was West Virginia.
No, it was West Virginia. You're
Yeah.
right. Jake's right. Richard's wrong.
I'm retarded.
West Virginia floating a similar bill where the state, through like a state-run gun store, could sell machine guns to its constituents, right? Because that would be a state's right, not a, you know, individual. If the state itself was involved in selling you the machine gun, that would bypass the machine gun bans and all that sort of stuff, which is kind of interesting, right? It's a silly workaround. In a way, it's a I don't know, a statist, socialist, state-run gun store that sells you machine guns, which is like the opposite of libertarianism, but somehow more effective, one could say.
I don't know if I'd call it a workaround, but it is, in fact, a bit of a loophole considering the 10th Amendment allows for it, right? The 10th Amendment states that anything not explicitly outlined in the Constitution is supposed to be left up to the states.
Mm-hmm. Well, right. So, but I'm saying they're actually just trying to take advantage of what is written in law and try to codify it. Now, is that actually going to pass muster? Is that going to be appealed? Is that going to be sued into oblivion? Right? Who knows? But I like the idea. Okay, I like that they're at least trying something new. They're trying something different. Is it actually going to work out? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool that they're actually pushing something instead of just sitting around and letting our rights deteriorate even more. They're at least making an effort to make it look like they want us to have cool guns.
Kentucky lawmakers introduced a bill that would allow the state to transfer machine guns to residents through a program administered by Kentucky State Police. House Bill 749, sponsored by Representative T.J. Roberts, would establish the Office of Public Defense. That's cool. You know, it's like, hey, if we're gonna, you know, have a state and we're gonna make it do things and it's gonna take our money, at least it could do something cool for us, you know. Within Kentucky State Police to oversee the sale and transfer of machine guns under the bill, each state police post would serve as a point of sale and transfer. Yeah, head down to your local precinct to go grab your machine gun, your state-sponsored machine gun. Roberts said the bill creates a legal pathway for law-abiding Kentuckians to obtain military-style weapons that are typically cost-prohibitive. If you want a machine gun manufactured post-1986 right now, you're going to break the law to do it. Darn right. Although, again, I don't even know how important this is it's a nice gesture. It would be cool. And if a state actually passes something like this and it holds up, I could see other states absolutely following suit, because again, this could be revenue generating for the state, because they would just charge you a bunch of extra money to get your rights back, basically. So as opposed to just being able to go to your local gun shop and buy a 3 position lower, you can do it with these guys, and you pay double, triple, whatever it would be, whatever it would cost if it was just not regulated. But also the fact that, thank you for specifying that you're wearing socks, Jake. I feel like that was very important. You should take a quick break. Gotta make sure.
Stop reading the chat, John. Just stop reading the chat.
I don't know why you had to inform them of that. You're like, listen, guys, relax. I got socks on. Calm it down, boys. Calm it down. Unbelievable. It took 3 minutes for it to get gay in here. But anyway, wow, dude, I lost my train of thought now. But I don't even know how important this is, because we have FRTs for basically everything, right? So how much do I need now a true 3 position lower? Like, I mean, it'd be nice to get like the Super Scar 3 position trigger, or the Geisley 3 position triggers, right? And it's a true full auto system and not a workaround. But in essentiality, we have the same thing already.
It would be cool for, and this is the one thing that I can see that would make it really awesome, is open bolt machine guns. So like the little simple like 9mm open bolts, or the belt fed open bolts, that'd be a big deal in my opinion. I think those are super cool.
Well, those are the ones that you can't get, right? You can't convert a closed bolt to an open bolt. You can't get an FRT from them because you can't own them in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for those, it could be very cool. Yeah.
That'd be neat.
Now people are asking if you're a sock streamer. Jake could be a sock streamer, but he usually goes no socks. A little more risque than that.
No,
okay, so Kentucky
sock on the face.
Yeah, the socks go in all sorts of weird places. M249, but we already have an M249 FRT being worked on, and they're like 20 grand, right? That's the problem with an M249, is they're like 20 grand. You can get other belt feds that are AR-15 derivatives for like, 3.5 on the low end, up to about 6 or 7 on the high end.
The 249 is still, I think it's like 10. Last time I saw one, but also it's the same issue though. It's still just a closed bolt system.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Even if if the state was selling you a 249 full auto, it would probably be 20 grand, and they would be pocketing all the extra money. Yeah. Versus taking a closed bolt semi-auto 249 and then jerry rigging an FRT into it, right? That they're still developing right now. So it has most of the performance of a machine gun, but it's not open bolt, right? Now, that's Kentucky being based. But the opposite side of that is, what is this, Illinois? Man allegedly possessing ammo without FOID card. Now, not female humanoid, but this is for ammunition in the state of Illinois. You need to have a FOID card to possess ammunition. So this guy, I think over like 40 rounds of ammunition, prompted SWAT response shelter in place order in Lake in the Hills. Now, the SWAT response and shelter in place order in Lake in the Hills Thursday morning was due to a search warrant on a 20-year-old man allegedly possessing 38 rounds of pistol and rifle ammunition without a FOID card. 38 rounds of ammunition. Now, on my floor currently, there is 3,200 rounds of Blazer Brass that I just got. There's 1,200 rounds of HSL 40, and there's 1,200 rounds of Hornady 5.56 right there. So, I mean, like, just on the floor in my room, loose, basically, is, 5,000 roughly rounds. This guy gets arrested and has SWAT called on him for 38 rounds. Now, just judging, if I'm judging a book by its cover, I would say that he got arrested for, doing something untoward with a child, not 38 rounds of ammo, right? He has that look to him. Joel Fernandez, 20, was arrested without incident at his residence in the 1400 block of Clayton Marsh Drive in Lake in the Hills. What a weird town name, Lake in the Hills. And was charged with 4 counts of possessing ammunition without a valid firearms owner's identification card, FOID. A Class A misdemeanor. Imagine having SWAT called on you for a misdemeanor. Like, I mean, I guess technically, like, some abuse or some battery are only misdemeanors, but still, 38 rounds. Like, imagine somebody reporting you for having 38 rounds of ammo. Like, I saw some bullets. Somebody go get him. Around 9:50 a.m. Thursday, the Lake in the Hills Police Department, assisted by the Carpentersville Police Department and the McHenry County Sheriff's multi-jurisdictional SWAT team, executed a search warrant at Fernandez' residence. The search warrant was part of a joint investigation into illegal activity, the Lake in the Hills Police Department said in a news release. Dude, that's a cool car. I like the look of those vehicles. I do find it funny that they're being used in such a silly manner. GB Guns ask, how is 38 rounds 4 counts? That's a really good question. Is it per type of ammunition? Rounds. Oh, it's 1 misdemeanor per 10?
I'm going to guess because that's the only thing that makes sense to me. Anything over 10 rounds as far as the ammo or magazines go is restricted there, isn't it?
So if he only had 5 rounds, would he catch half a charge? A criminal complaint filed in McHenry County Circuit Court alleges that Fernandez knowingly possessed, without a valid FOID card, 20 cartridges of .45 Auto by Silla and Below, branded Full Metal Jacket, 13 cartridges of .223, branded Steel Core, 1 cartridge of 9mm Blazer Brass, 1 cartridge of 9mm Remington Peters branded FMJ, and 1 cartridge of Spear branded Jacketed Hollow Point. He had 1 hollow point. Actually, no, sorry. He had 1 Spear hollow point and 2 SIG hollow points.
So he had 1 hollow point.
I mean, I don't know. SIG actually making their projectiles. This means that
Lawman stuff is absolute garbage. Like some of the worst ammo I've ever shot.
This means that Fernandez was allegedly possessing 25 cartridges of pistol ammo, 13 cartridges of rifle ammo, totaling 38 rounds. The complaint did not mention whether Fernandez possessed firearms. Fernandez was transported to the McHenry County Jail and is scheduled to appear in court on March 5th. Fernandez does not have any prior criminal cases against him in McHenry County. Now, I was wondering, you see the guy, and you're like, well, maybe he's not supposed to be there in the first place, so it's a misdemeanor charge on top of a, visa violation, illegal immigration, whatever it might be, but it's not really mentioned in here anything else, any other contributing factor. As far as I'm aware, we'll keep going. The SWAT operation prompted police to issue Nixle and social media alerts advising residents to shelter in place, but it did not specify an exact radius of the order. The department asked people to avoid the block encompassing Washington Street, Lincoln Street, McKinley Street, and Clayton Marsh Drive. The department later issued an updated Nixle alert around 10:40 a.m. saying the shelter in place had been canceled. That order was in effect for less than an hour. Police kind of no longer a threat to public safety. A nearby preschool was reportedly on lockdown. Yeah, again, they don't mention any other crimes. Like, are we talking drug trafficking? According to the complaint, it's simply that he had ammunition without a FOID card. Imagine getting arrested by a SWAT team showing up to your house for 38 rounds of loose ammunition and getting 4 Class A misdemeanors. What a waste of time. What a absolute waste of my tax dollars, right? Well, fortunately, not my tax dollars. I don't live in Illinois. That would be a nightmare.
It's my tax dollars because I live in Indiana and mine go to Illinois. So, yeah, I mean, again, if there was some other contributing factor, like he's stolen something or drug trafficking, and they're just throwing charges on top, like that would make sense in a way, right? Because they're trying to just maximize whatever sentence, make it look as bad as they can to a DA or a judge somewhere, so they're throwing in as many charges as possible. But it doesn't mention drugs, it doesn't mention firearms, it doesn't mention illegal immigration, it doesn't mention like assault, battery, anything. It's just 38 rounds.
He does have the Edgar hair.
I mean, listen, he should be in jail. He should be in jail for the haircut, right? We all agree on that. But why isn't that the charge, right? Disorderly conduct in public, something like that. Unbelievable. So, I mean, yeah, you go, Kentucky is like, hey, guess what, guys? Our state department, our state police will sell you machine guns. And then these guys are like 38 rounds of ammo, straight to jail, 4 counts, 4 misdemeanors, young man.
Someone just sent me an update on this.
Is it in
private chat?
private chat. All right, let's see. Jake, what was that?
What was what?
All right. So, sorry, I thought I heard background noise. I thought that was from you, Richard. Judge releases man arrested for possessing ammo that prompted SWAT response. Tilton, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, a judge ordered a man released from custody after he was arrested for possessing ammunition without a FOID card. Okay. So, yep, that's what we know. So, he was released. Okay. Again, so this is the same thing. So, this is just the update. So, the update is quite literally that
They released
Hernandez,
him.
March 27 for a plea. So he's still, they released him, but that's it. He's still scheduled to appear in court again on March 27th for a plea hearing. Imagine having to plea to a judge for 38 rounds. It's still a joke. It's still a joke. Oh my, his hair gets worse every week. Every stream, the real Garantham's hair gets a little bit worse. Thank you for
He
that.
looks like Ralph Barbosa. If you're familiar,
If he
with
got
the
released,
Canadian-
he's definitely, well, that's the thing. Like, could somebody just mention that in the article if he's illegal or if there's drugs or something else? But no, 38 rounds of eclectic ammo, right? He had like not even one magazine of 5.56. He had 20 of 45, which is the only thing he could even fill a magazine with. It was 20 rounds of 45. Jeez. All right. Well, we still got a little bit more gun news as we're moving along here. Now, this is another interesting one. So you guys know Beretta, right? The world's oldest firearms manufacturer. They've been around since Constantinople was called Constantinople, right? They've been around a long, long time.
I believe
they're
the only
looking-
company who's been around longer than Beretta physically and as far as an actual company is Kinkelman Soy Sauce. It's the only company who has been around longer than Beretta. They are ancient.
Good to know. Interesting. Well, yeah, no, they're literally like 500 years old.
Yeah.
So the Italian gun maker Beretta launches Proxy Fight. Somebody's making noise. I don't know who it is. I think it's Jake. There we go. Perfect. Italian gun maker Beretta launches Proxy Fight for U.S. firearms giant Sturm, Ruger & Co. Parent company of the Italian gun manufacturer Beretta is launching a proxy fight to take control of Sturm, Ruger & Co., America's largest firearms maker. Sources familiar with the matter have told the Post. Insiders said the 500-year-old European firm, which has a 10% stake in Hartford, Connecticut-based Ruger, wants to nominate 4 executives to join the 9 board members. So we have what seems to be internal struggle for power at Ruger, sponsored by Beretta, which is interesting. So obviously I don't think that they would necessarily have another gun manufacturer's best interests at heart. Although, to be fair, I don't know how much Beretta and Ruger compete with each other. Like Ruger has the RXM, Beretta has the APX, which isn't really that popular in the United States. You know, it's a decent value, but it's not really popular in the United States. Beretta doesn't really make ARs. They make, they have the NARP, they have the ARX thingamajig, and some bolt action rifles. Ruger obviously makes really budget American stuff for the most part. So it seems like a weird move for them to try and get some control over Ruger as well. Sources said that the nominees include William Franklin Detwiller, managing partner at Fernbrook Capital Management, Mark DeYoung, founding CEO of Vista Outdoor, okay, Frederick DeSanto, CEO of Ancora Holdings, and Michael Christodoulou, the founder of Inwood Capital Management. Probably need a early live check on all those guys. A proxy fight is an unfriendly contest for control of a company in which a group of shareholders tries to convince the other investors to vote out the current board of directors or management. Any vote would likely take place at Ruger's annual general meeting, scheduled for May 29th. Okay, so we don't got too long for that. That could be interesting. Interesting shakeup at Ruger. The clash has erupted amid a sales slump and plunging profits at Ruger, with the prices of its shares cratering by over 40% in the last 5 years. Well, that's pretty closely tied to sales in general. Although, I don't know how you guys feel about Ruger currently, but over the last 2 years specifically, with the launch of the RXM, I think that Ruger has had the most positive news in a long time. Like, I'm sure the RXM has been a boon for sales for them. Because before the RXM, I don't know anybody who was buying Ruger products at all, and now I know dozens of people that are like Ruger RXM stands. Like it's the best Glock clone, right? So how do you guys feel Ruger looks in the market right now?
I like that they're making moves towards more affordability, things that people want, the RXM, things like that. The only people that I knew that really bought Ruger and liked their products were boomers who were buying 1022s and like 3 people who bought the SFAR, and 2 of the 3 had problems with it.
Well, I know the Ruger SFAR is not like a good gun. It's a good idea, but it's not like a good gun, and the execution isn't that great. I mean, like
Correct.
Hop is on his 3rd iteration of the SFAR, trying to get that stupid thing to just work reliably. It's just never going to happen. It's a silly system with a bunch of different ideas crammed together. Everybody wants a tiny, lightweight 308, and they all suck. Not all of them, but most of them suck because you're trying to do too much with too little.
I mean, I don't know, maybe I just have Stockholm syndrome. My first pistol I ever got was a Ruger. It was a Security 9, which for the money at the time, broke boy.
Very ethnic coded, yeah.
No, it honestly surprised me how good it was for the price, especially compared to other stuff in the price at that price point at the time. But I don't know. I don't think Ruger really makes anything super compelling except for like some of the revolvers. I do like some of their revolvers, but
yeah, the GP100.
Yeah, those are cool.
I mean,
obviously the 1022
Ruger American Ranch rifles, also obviously Ruger 1022, but the Ruger American Ranch rifles, right, where you got like the mini 5.56 and the mini 300 blackout, right? Even though I know they're perfect, but you could get a 300 blackout ranch rifle for like $440,
Oh yeah,
400 out the door. It's a good deal. That takes AR mags, right?
Yes, the 300 blackout.
Swap. It's a magwell swap. It's a like 2 pins. You pop it out and you can insert either the Stanag mags or the traditional mags, which is nice because on the 7.62x39 one, they offer one that you can use AK mags and you can use drums, and they also offer the Ranch series in 6.5 Grendel as well, which is one that I've been looking at. I haven't managed to find one in stores anywhere.
Get a 16-inch or an 18-inch in 6.5 Grendel,
Yeah,
it's a neat little concept for a bolt gun where you're not worrying about it in an AR platform, right?
That was one of the most fun guns that I've shot suppressed was the American 300 blackout with subsonic, and it's just like I don't know what kind of practical purpose it serves, but it's a lot of fun. So
that is the practical purpose is enjoyment.
I guess
pest control, 2-legged pest control. As of Wednesday's close, Ruger's market cap. Oh, thank you. John Hagen just bought a Geisley rifle from me, or a Geisley upper from me. So thanks, man. Appreciate it. When Beretta's first revealed the initial, as of Wednesday's close, Ruger's market cap hovered at $581 million. When Beretta first revealed an initial 9% stake in an October filing, it said that it wanted to explore potential areas of operational and strategic collaborations with Ruger. That's interesting wording for a competitor. Now, I wonder, because Ruger just picked up Anderson. When Anderson went under, Ruger picked them up and kind of absorbed a lot of their AR manufacturing and also probably some of their pistol manufacturing, because Anderson did own or did manufacture some Glock clones as well. So there's a lot of, for like machinery that's worth a lot of money, and for increasing capacity, increasing manufacturing capability, it makes sense for Ruger to go after them. As far as Beretta goes, though, it is interesting that they're trying to essentially take over the board again of Ruger, who they really don't compete with all that much. Like the only area that they would even compete is the RXM versus ARX, or it's the ARX, right? The Beretta pistol, ARX, APX, whatever they're called. But that's really the only overlap they have, because their tactical rifles are completely different. Their bolt actions are completely different price genres. So it seems, an interesting move. I'm not sure why they would do that. The U.S. firm then adopted a 1-year shareholder rights plan amid concerns about growing ownership stake accumulated by the Italian giant. Such plans, often called poison pills, are aimed at making hostile takeovers more difficult by diluting the ownership of an acquiring investor that exceeds a specific threshold. Beretta, an iconic gun manufacturer with ties to Italy's Alpine region of Lombardy that was founded in 1526, raked in 1.7 billion in revenue in 2024 and has been snapping up rivals like Switzerland's Raug Amotech in 2022. Pietro Gusali Beretta, a 15th generation heir. 15 generation of Beretta. That's insane. Heir to founder Bartolomeo Beretta, steers the company, which has its corporate headquarters in Luxembourg. That is nuts. Imagine starting a company so successful. Number one, it's still doing $1 billion in revenue, which $1 billion in revenue beats out PSA. $1 billion in revenue beats out that must be an insane amount of military contracts around the world.
1.7
Like, that is an insane.
Not just a billion, 1.7 billion.
Well, did I not say 1. If I
No.
misspoke, yeah, 1.7
Yeah.
billion. Because PSA, I remember looking at their revenue several years ago, was like at $250 million, like 0.25. So Beretta's contracts must be absolutely insane, and that's why when people ask, like, "Oh, why doesn't FN care about updating platforms for the American civilian market?" It's because you're nothing to them, right? You're a drop in the bucket compared to military contracts.
Well,
Damn, I did not realize they did that much money. That's insane.
it probably doesn't hurt that they're selling, $2,500 shotguns, and it's the top of the line shotgun. Like, when you ask somebody what's the best semi-auto shotgun, you're going to get one of two responses, and one of the two will inevitably be the Beretta 1301.
Well, they got the 1301, they got the A300.
I
they
haven't
got
gotten
two
to
of
play with the
the
A300 yet.
hottest sellers right now. I mean, because the Benelli, of course, is like still goated in terms of the name recognition, the iconic look, that sort of thing. But it's undoubtedly like not as good, like in reality. And you have to do a bunch of different things in the US to make it actually good.
Yeah.
And
Not
Beretta
worth
owns
it.
Benelli. So yeah. I know. All right. Well, that should be an interesting shakeup in the US market if Beretta actually gets like half the board of directors of Ruger, which is interesting again, because I feel like Ruger's been doing a decent job. Like, I don't feel like they've been doing a terrible job as of late. I mean, the SVAR could have been really hot, if they could fix out some of the issues with it, but the RXM is probably one of the better selling pistols in America. It's a collaboration with Magpul, right? They're collaborating not just with Magpul in handguns, but also Dead Air when it comes to silencers. Now, maybe that's not such a good collab as their Magpul collab with the RXM, but still, it seems like they're getting their little greedy hands into everything, and at the same time, Beretta is trying to do a little bit of a sneaky business behind the scenes.
They're also collaborating with Flux and possibly even Strike Industries as well. So I'm
Ruger is?
excited. Yeah.
Oh, for the
the
Ruger RXM chassis.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see what comes out of it. I know there's only so many different configurations that they can come up with, right? But the one thing that I think Strike does well is those little oddball things that nobody else really delves into. So like red anodized parts or wacky designs. That's the two things that they're known for.
People are still talking about Bill Ruger's politics.
Yeah, he's dead and gone.
Decades past his demise, like literal decades past his demise, people are still going on about, hey, did you know that one of their owners one time said bad things about the American populace? I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. Do you think Mr. Beretta himself cares about the American civilian? No. It's like, I get it. I get that you want to support people who support you and have share your values, have a similar value structure to you. But that's like 4 companies, right? Red Right Hand, Munition Works, maybe Geisley, maybe Daniel Defense, although, they've said some questionable things in the past as well. Maybe 4, 2 for sure, but maybe 4. Maybe 4 companies that actually care about you, the individual. Maybe, right? Now, speaking of takeovers and movements and people doing wacky, weird things, we also have a quick update here on Kaya. Now, Kaya was, of course, one of the media frontmen for Classic Firearms on their YouTube channel. He wasn't really I didn't really watch his content all that much, so I don't have any strong feelings one way or the other. Then of late, it is noted that SDS Imports stopped working with TSOS, or TSOS stopped working with them is probably the better way to say that. Simply because TSOS wanted to open up their own US facility so that they could handle their own imports and not have to pay a cut to somebody else, right? Which makes sense. Kaya, as part of this new American TSOS, TSOS USA, is now their CEO, which is interesting because I'm not sure what sort of background he has in manufacturing or development. I know that he has been working with TSOS for a little while to develop a polymer framed handgun, which, as I've stated before, I just have no interest in a imported polymer framed Glock clone. Like, I really don't care. It's not going to do anything special for me at all. There are plenty of $200 and $300 cheap Glock knockoffs, or just, CZ75 knockoffs out there that I don't really care about all that much. And I'm not going to be buying any polymer frame 9mm unless it's a carry gun. And I already have the best carry gun on the planet, a Glock 17. So I'm not really that interested in it. However, one of the stated reasons that Kaya said he was going to stop doing work at Classic Firearms was because he simply didn't have time to be the CEO of TSOS and also run media for Classic Firearms, right? Which makes sense. You're going to be a busy man. You're going to be handling a lot of day-to-day tasks. You're going to be making decisions. You got to have free time and mental headspace for all that stuff. However, what's interesting is that he's now going to be a contributor for TFB TV. So, didn't have time for Classic Firearms, does have time for TFB TV. That tells me that it's more of a money move or a position move. Maybe he has more editorial control at TFB than he did at Classic Firearms. Not really sure, but here, let's go ahead and let him explain in his own words. And that's also where the thumbnail comes from, is because on James' announcement post, there was people very upset at Kaya's addition to TFB TV, especially since we haven't seen a Hop video in a year on the TFB TV main channel. So, just people making their thoughts known.
Yeah, they were upset.
Welcome back to the channel, guys. I'm about to give you guys a new update about my life, which I promised you guys on my previous video titled Why I Left Classic Firearms, and a big update. If you guys have seen that video, you guys know why I left Classic Firearms, and the big update was, or is, I am the CEO of TSOS USA, which I'm honored. Now, in that video, I told you guys I was going to reveal something else about my life, and that is it. This is the video for that, and I'm going to be joining forces with TFB TV. James Reed's over there. Now, that's a big significant development in my life as well. Love those guys. TFB is a great company. They got multiple other channels. Luke over there, Hop over there, behind camera, Patrick, Ryan, good people.
People asking about Hop in chat. All I'm saying is that, if you look at TFB TV on their main YouTube channel, if you try and find a Hop video on there over the last year, don't think you're going to find one. Now, you will see him on the Showtime channel doing shows for them. But, just, you could put a couple things together and, yeah, he does Showtime. But he has not made a video on the main channel in a long time.
We've become really good friends over the years. So here we are. Now, some of you guys may be questioning multiple things now. And number one is, I left Classic Firearms for TFB TV. That is not true. When I left Classic Firearms, I told James that I left Classic Firearms, and this is what I'm going to be focusing on. And James just shot me a text saying that, bro, just come join us. We have this and that and that. And then we jumped on a call, talked over an hour, and things worked out. We agreed on the terms, and here we are. And in that video, I also told you guys that, hey, I'm leaving Classic Firearms because I'm really busy with my personal life, my Turkish channel, my other channel, and TSOS and a bunch of other stuff. I couldn't keep up being really busy. Well, then you'd be like, why are you with TFB now? Isn't that the same thing?
That's exactly, yes, exactly. If you say that part of the reasons for leaving Classic Firearms is because you don't have enough time, and then you take on another time commitment immediately, suddenly I think the time constraint was not the reason behind you leaving, or at least not maybe the driving force, right?
It's amazing how time frees up when money comes a factor.
Well, I mean, yeah, though, right? Because how much is your time worth? Like, if I told you to work 90 hours a week for $4 an hour, you'd probably say no. If I made
said
that
yes.
40, well, no, but this is a hypothetical, Rick. All right.
I'm
But if
joking.
I offered you, $40 an hour for that, or $400 an hour, now it's like, sure, whatever, boss, whatever you say, dude.
office every single day like a corporate job. Well, 4 times a week I went there. And guess what? I'd go in there, spend the entire day there, and
Dude, everybody's saying his chin has implants, chin surgery. I'm pretty sure you guys just aren't bone maxing, okay? Kaya's been hitting himself, hitting his jawline with a hammer for like 10 years, dog. That's how you develop that, all right? You got to be bone maxing, bone smashing, genetics maxing. If you're not doing those, you're not going to make it.
we'd just be filming a bunch of content. When TFE offered me this, I explicitly told him that if I have to go somewhere every day, like a day job, and have to film, I'm not gonna do it because I can't keep up with that stuff. And TFE was like, absolutely not. We make it, create your channel. You just run it as the executive producer the way you want to, the content you want, but we won't bother you, and you'll be doing that at your own home studio. Now, I was like, I can take on that, and here we are. Which I'm also very, very honored that I've been given this opportunity, because I just love the whole gun tubing thing. Now, the other thing is going to be, like, some folks are probably going to be asking this question, like, isn't this going to be a conflict of interest? And yeah, it would be if I'm reviewing TSOS products, but obviously that's not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to be reviewing any TSOS.
Well, when did also that's the thing that I also want to talk about with this, and why it's of interest to me personally, is you have to realize how incestuous all of the big YouTubers are with each other, right? So think about now James Reeves, who goes out of his way to pick up Kaya for TFB TV. So think about that next time that James Reeves mentions TSOS or anything, knowing that he's such good friends with the CEO of TSOS USA that he jumped on a call the moment he was available to bring him over to TFB TV, right? And that's what we know of. But I'm telling you guys, almost all the big YouTubers are far worse. They don't disclose any of their relationships. They lie through their teeth. It's disgusting. It's despicable. At least here, this is out in the public, right? So when James, next time he reviews a TSOS product, he's going to mention it. He's going to be like, oh yeah, by the way, the CEO of the company technically works for TFB TV, and I brought him on, so I know him personally, blah, 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 blah. So he's definitely going to mention that next time. But what I'm saying is a lot of this stuff goes unmentioned. This incestuous friendship, relationship web of lies and deception and scum and skullduggery that happens in the gun industry. It happens a lot.
My biggest problem with him is that he doesn't sound white to me. And as a consumer of media, I don't like that very much. And I think they should work on that.
I agree. Now, funnily enough, coming from the Beretta story into this one, right? So talking about how Beretta was around when Constantinople. Kaya is Turkish, as far as I'm aware, which is also the same name of Hassan's dog, which is just kind of weird.
That was the same
naming
as my
convention
dog,
there.
too.
So I think he's Turkish, right? Which is, I think that was part of his credentials when it came to working with TSOS, because TSOS is a Turkish company. So I think they hire Turkish nationals or just people with Turkish descent, which makes sense. Why wouldn't you support your own people? I totally identify with that.
Products, people can do it on their own.
Did you look at the comments on the Clips channel, the video that I released on the Clips channel about him?
I saw a few.
So many people were saying he's Mossad.
Oh, well, that's the thing. That's why I put him on the thumbnail with the dreidels and all that sort of stuff, is because once James announced it on his Twitter, all the replies are essentially he's IDF maxing. And I'm like, I thought he was Turkish. So how did he serve in the IDF? Was he Turkish, born in Israel, served 2 years in the IDF? Like, what happened?
Unless I'm shooting a promotional video for TSOS, for my personal channel, or for TSOS channel, that's different, obviously. But I won't be reviewing the guns for TFE. And as well as probably some Turkish guns as well, to kind of keep myself as far away as possible from any type of conflict of interest or some certain biases. Regardless, when I accepted the position with TSOS USA, I told him that, hey, I like gun tubing. I like doing content on social media, whether that's my personal Turkish one or my...
There are lots of ethnics that are former FBI agents floating around the influencer sphere. You'll notice a lot of these connections as well. You're like, a lot of big popular people in the, conservative side of things are former FBI agents. That's really strange.
Or CIA.
Coincidence?
That is interesting. Is he based in America or does he live overseas?
Well, he has a Turkish-speaking channel,
Oh,
and then he has a American channel. So I believe he lives in the U.S. Yes, because he worked for Classic Firearms. So he certainly lives in the U.S., but he might have like familial ties to Turkey or some other place in the Levant.
yeah.
Copper Kaya, this channel, obviously. So this is something I'm going to continue doing. So if you guys want me to never touch another gun again, do any content with other gun tuber friends I have or other guns, I already own like a bunch of guns myself. That's not going to work. And I also don't believe in just like you work for one specific company, you have to just wear those horse goggles and just not touch any other products, not talk about any other products.
Okay,
There
so
are
it does have some
incredible
history in the
manufacturers,
industry.
Great handgun manufacturers out there, great rifle, shotgun manufacturers out there. And I believe that we all, even as a CEO of TSOS, I should be able to say that these are also very good. I understand we're all in business to make money, move our own products, but you still can do that and still can be honest about other stuff as well. So that's exactly what I plan on doing. I'm going to try to keep myself away, obviously, no TSOS product and some of the Turkish brands, because they're directly competing against each other, especially in that market. And I'll still do some reviews, but my channel is not going to be all just review type of content.
Actually, wait a second.
Yep, I see it.
Sure, Jake. Sure. Not showing your face on screen. Possible CIA connections.
No. I am not Turkish. I'm not
It's all
Israeli.
coming together.
I am none of these things.
All right. Is that why you put on the deep voice? Because your real voice is like, I'm not Israeli. We
I
never
don't have
worked
a
in the
deep-
IDF.
Do I have a deep voice? Is that
You have
what
a
you
gravelly
think?
voice. It's like,
It's not deep though.
ah.
I think Snuka said I sound like a 40-year-old woman who smoked a pack a day.
Yeah, you
Which-
do have that vibe too.
That
Yeah.
hurt pretty bad, actually. Snuka.
Aw. All right. Well, I think that's really the only update that we need for that. But I did want to show this because that's where I got the picture from because it's very funny. So this is James posting, already starting off on a bad foot with Kaya. Look at his things. Kaya is IDF. All right. Your new host, Kaya, was in the IDF. Fire him immediately. It's like, all right. And then here is a totally real picture of Kaya during his time in the IDF. Oh, shoot. That GIF is going to get me in trouble. That job was promised to Kaya 3,000 years ago. Of course. The Israeli who went deep cover as a Turk to infiltrate the U.S. to then work at TFB to push Zionism or something. The conspiracy runs deep. Some of the details need to be ironed out, but the bones are solid. All right. People know a lot more about this than I do. Everyone knows about the Turkey to IDF pipeline, dude. What the fuck are you thinking? Do we know about the Turkey to IDF pipeline? Is that a thing? Is that? I'm not aware of this.
I know that IDF relies heavily on human and anybody that they can get from another country that's willing to work for them, they're willing to pay.
Does someone not realize that everyone born in Israel has mandatory military service for everyone? That's actually not true. The super Orthodox Jews don't have forced military service, or at least they used not to not
For
have
religious purposes. And it's
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, it's the same
was
thing.
Kaya
in
born
Turkey.
in Israel? That's what I'm questioning. Was Kaya born in Israel, though he's Turkish? So he's a Turkish man born in Israel, served in the IDF? Like, what are we talking about?
I know that Turkey did have mandatory military service with only
Turkish
like
IDF.
2 exceptions, and apparently one of them was homosexuality, and you had to prove it, which I found rather interesting.
What do you mean, prove it?
Prove it, dude.
Yeah, and apparently there
no.
was a few cases of guys who send in video proof, and they're like, "Look, I'm gay." And then they wrote back and they're like, "Nope, not gay enough. Sorry, you're conscripted."
This is try again. Make it gayer.
I mean, the best way to solve this, I think, would be to have him on the stream and ask him a few questions, and then maybe at the end just sneak in a little, Israel question, see how he responds.
How would you feel if you didn't kill a Palestinian child this morning?
How would you feel if Gaza exists?
I got some words for you. I'm curious here. We'll do a Rorschach test with him. Just show him a bunch of like different imagery. What comes to mind when you see this? All right. Well, speaking of Rorschach tests, all right. Jake, I have to apologize for the jump scare. Are you ready? All right. Sorry. Calm down. Calm down. It's all right, guys. He's married. He's taken. You can't have him. All right.
What is that goblin?
I did not say that. I did not say
I
that.
said it. He's a goblin. I
Bro,
said it.
Josh is being freaky. Why are gay Asian dudes always so freaky in the chat? Oh my gosh.
Give him a break.
Jeez.
He's coming off a 72-hour shift right now, bro. Give him a break.
Wait, is there a correlation between being like overly tired and being gay? Is that a thing? It just lowers your inhibitions. Is it like being drunk? Isn't
I
it like
think there's
being
a
drunk?
correlation. There's a correlation between living in a house full of a bunch of men for 72 hours straight and being gay. I think, especially a house with a pole.
Well, okay, so we have a little update about T-Rex Arms here. Of course, you know, Lucas Botkin having 49% ownership of his own company did not work out well. The math was not mathing very well there. However, you know, they had another CEO come in, 22 timeframe, something like that, which was the Colonel, right? If you guys remember Sleepy Colonel, the ghoul, as some affectionately named him, because he is quite ghoulish in his appearance. Looked like he just came off of Fallout Season 2, straight off the set. But he has been removed as CEO, and now we have Mr. Checks Notes David Noor, the new CEO of T-Rex Arms. Now, David Noor married into the Botkin family. So he is married to one of the Botkin sisters, and he is now the face of T-Rex Arms. So this is actually something that, funnily enough, happens all the time. You have a European or white founder of the company, they get forced out, and then they get replaced with somebody who is not that thing. It just seems like this happens a lot. Funnily enough, like Xbox, they just had, what's his name? He's been there for like 30 years handling their game division. He resigns, right? He retires, and then he immediately gets replaced with an Indian woman, just like straight away. It's like, perfect, thanks. Just what we wanted. Just that'll fix gaming. Put a brown Indian lady in it and make it gay. Phil Spencer, that's the one.
What is this guy though?
Humanoid.
Are we sure?
I said humanoid. Okay, it's like, you know,
something. He's trying to look like a humanoid. If I could see a profile shot, you know, that might help a little bit.
Aggressive mimicry. So this is from Ben Sager. Is David Noor the new face of T-Rex? I can't believe what I'm hearing about him replacing Colonel Sleepy as CEO. Can someone confirm? Not to give anything private away, but yes, I can confirm that is indeed correct. That Colonel Dahl, I think is his name, the Sleepy Ghoul, he has been replaced by Mr. Noor. Now, just in case you guys don't know, I do want to show you guys the video. See, it's funny that whenever I Google T-Rex Arms, the first thing that pops up, even in YouTube search algorithm, is Lucas. It's always Lucas. That's the first thing that pops up. Those are the first videos. Did they get rid of all of their videos? You cowards! You absolute cowards! Dude, I'm trying to find their video, and it goes Lucas Brantley, Lucas. Brandon, they got rid of their videos. They unlisted remember their videos they put out on Lucas?
Yeah, the ones where they were sitting in a row. Being all serious.
They took them down.
I mean, dude, T-Rex, I hate to say it, T-Rex is just a joke now. Like, they have totally fallen off. It's kind of sad.
Aw. You guys are kind of wondering. Come on.
I'm honestly wondering how long Brandon is going to be there.
Well, he just put up another video today on the training channel. I saw that pop up in my feed. But you absolute cowards. Where did the videos go? Now I can't even show you guys Colonel Dahl. Gosh dang it. Richard, change your PFP for the good Moon Man. Hope you're having a good weekend, a good Friday night, Moon Man. Appreciate to see you around, dude. Yeah, but unbelievable. They're gone. Let me see if I can shoot. I know I have them downloaded, but they're in one of my 8 drives over 40 terabytes. So I am not going to go searching for that video right now because I have no idea where it would be. maybe I can find. Maybe I had to pull up a picture of him. I'd have to pull up my own stream. Dude, I just pulled up my old stream on that video to actually find a picture of him. But it's fine. Yeah, Skeletor is still there. Mr. Ghoul is still there, but he's just no longer the CEO. So he has been replaced by David Noor, and David Noor is the new CEO, which is odd too, because you would think, right? It's a Botkin business. Like, let's be real. It's a Botkin business. You have half of the executive team are Botkins. Surely Isaac or David would have taken it over, but not even. Just a complete outsider.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but there was 2 Davids that was involved in the happenings back in the day with the T-Rex. Was there not? It was David Noor and another David. One of
David
them
Botkin,
had.
right?
Well, one was it David? Okay, so who was the stepson that was doing the?
Well, it was the son of the executive, right? Son of an executive was doing the furry porn images to Kara, right?
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was.
And I got there's some other stuff that I know, but I don't know if it's public info, so I can't just go dropping it, because let's just say this man may have had a larger than average hand in getting Lucas Botkin removed, and now he is he's the CEO of the company.
A larger than average nose.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We want Hop.
Shine bomb.
Everybody wants Hop. That's the thing.
Get Hop in
Everybody
here.
wants Hop.
I'm sure Hop
Is
would
Hop
love
in the
to
chat?
show up. I don't know.
You
He's
know,
probably
Hop,
putting his tongue
Hop
down
always has a great
Brass Tack's throat
time.
right now.
Ooh, why? Why would you say that?
Why? It's just a
Unbelievable.
joke. It's a
This
little
is a
light.
joke.
It's a little
That's just-
lighthearted ribbing, John.
Lighthearted ribbed for your pleasure, dude. You mentioned Hop for 5 seconds, and then the first thing that pops in your mind is, oh, him and Brass Facts.
You know, I like Hop. I just whenever I see him, I have this physical reaction and it makes me upset. But then when I'm with him on here and I'm drunk, I feel great. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, being drunk and feeling great, they kind of go hand in hand, don't they? But you know what? This is Ben Steger's picture, but Ben Steger has his own drama that we have to talk about. I find this is of the utmost importance to discuss, all right? The fact that he has not addressed the door allegations, okay? So Ben Steger, he's had this door in his background for years now, okay? And this is, he's been called out on it before. People have asked him to open up the door and show what's behind it because they don't understand the layout of his house. And Ben has continually denied, tried to switch the subject, and he hasn't really come clean about the truth about what's behind the door. And so I feel like this is a matter of public interest. This is a matter of national security at this point as well, to get to the bottom of what is behind Ben's door and what is he hiding back there? What could it possibly be?
Do we look financially responsible to y'all? Absolutely
you.
not.
How dare
Absolutely
you.
not. I'm a fucking idiot.
We know.
I buy dumb shit so y'all don't have to.
You paid all the money for the green screen behind us.
Yeah.
So you could pretend like you had a door
Just so I
behind
can
you.
pretend there's a door back there that
Waste
nobody
of
gets
money.
to see. It's crazy. It's totally insane. Do we look?
Now, I have obtained some exclusive imagery that seems to be real. Okay, I'm not saying that I trust it 100% or that I can verify it, but it seems to be real. It seems to be real and accurate. So I'm just going to present it without any commentary of what's behind the door. It seems like this is a possibility. This is, in fact, the last camp that is yet to be liberated. And Ben has had it behind his door the entire time. That's another possibility is a portal to Agartha. I think that this one... Go ahead.
Is that camp where he sends all of his ex-wives, or how does that?
Whoa, ex-wives, well...
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
no.
I
I
like
didn't say
Ben.
that. I did not say that.
I said it. Me.
It's
a joke.
Brow.
I mean, also alternatively, portal to Agartha, I think that is another possibility. Again, none of this has been confirmed. So until it is confirmed, I think that we can just wildly speculate without any proof whatsoever. Now, Logan sent me this image, and I am honestly quite disturbed. But it is also a possibility. The fact that he's hiding an Uma in Agartha in that room, which leads me to question, what is he doing with the Uma, and why is it trapped behind a locked door? Is this some sort of underground Agarthan breeding facility for Umas? Is this where they're manufactured before they get to the game?
You know
That's
what's
their
bad,
table,
John?
sir.
As soon as you said Logan's name, I knew it was going to be some weird Gunnar Uma Musume garbage, because that's all that's in Logan's little brain, where he can't visualize three-dimensional objects. Somehow there's Umas just frolicking around in there.
Mm-hmm. I need to ask Grok to animate this image and make it do something quite wacky, but more realistically. This is more realistic, isn't it? I mean, Jake, you've had experience with me animating images of Umas with people involved. How do you feel about that? I can't show that on screen, but it's
I'm actually glad you can't show it on screen, because it feels, it's damaged my mental state a little bit. But yeah, no, I hate it actually. It's horrifying. I think we should put all the Uma Musume enjoyers in a camp, actually, similar to the one in Ben's closet.
Well, I was going to say, Ben actually has a camp for them, right?
And that's great, actually. Props to Ben, ex-wives and Uma enjoyers. Send them all there.
In the camp. In the camp now. Get in the camp.
Hey, everyone. I'm sitting down to ask about Drift. Whoa, look at that. What?
And then I just used this screenshot to go put in the other things in the background, which is quite funny. It's a logic camp. That's right. It's a logic camp. But listen, until Ben comes clean one way or the other, we just are left to wildly speculate with baseless accusations until he proves us wrong. So
shut the fuck up, man.
True. Truke Nuke. All right, yeah, but that's really all I had on Ben Sager. I just had to include him in the thumbnail because I thought that meme is funny, okay? So at first, he answered one silly question in his comment section, much like, an individual on the panel taking off their socks one time, and then that's all they're known for. You deny allegations of something behind your door, and now that's all his comment section is. If you go to a Ben Sager video that he put out today, go to the comment section, it's just all talking about his door. What's behind the door? Where's the door? All right. And he's got a lot to answer for. Got a lot to answer for. All right. Well, now we're going to get on to some political stuff. So this is actually back in my hometown or home state of Washington, where a member of the Washington State Democrat was on the floor arguing a position about a specific bill while drunk. Just very obviously drunk, while arguing for restrictions and gun control on you, the American citizen. That's unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. Jake's just mad.
Honestly, it's good for them.
Yeah. But before we get to that, we're going to get to your guys' support real fast, and we'll talk about drunk statesmen. Logan sucks at shooting for 2 says, what should I do if I can't imagine things? Well, listen, realistically, if you can't imagine anything, Logan, I would just try to experience them. All right? Go to a horse farm, find a nice girl horse, settle down, Sabardic Psych, actually, funnily enough, speaking about Washington and Enumclaw, that's where that Boeing engineer died by being raped to death by a horse. Spartak Psycho for 5 says it should be legal to buy surplus U.S. equipment from the Taliban, but no, you're not allowed to. Listen, if you want to arrange an expedition to some of these places, so you go to, Afghanistan or wherever it might be, start in Europe, make your way down, whatever it is, all right? You take the stuff, you go there, you buy it, you cycle it back up into Europe, and then you sell it back, send it back from there, okay? That's how you do it. Thank you, Spartak Psycho. And there's probably about to be a lot of other surplus equipment on the market. Cody Fisher for 5 says, if the FedEx driver that left a door tag when I was clearly in there or here is in here, all I have to say is pray, and pray a lot. Happy Friday, gentlemen. I apologize. I hate that, dude. There's a specific company that I do business with that requires a signature delivery with every package, and I am never awake when the FedEx driver shows up, and it is absolutely miserable. I hate it. There's no way for me to change it. Thank you, Jake. We needed that. But no, absolutely. If it makes you feel any better, though, my FedEx driver this morning did drop off my ammo. J. Lewis for 5 says, "Hey, friends, I hope you're all doing well. Remember to dry fire, or you're a censored." How about this one? It's too early. It's too early in the stream to say the funnier ones. Ronnie Zengaleski for $50.
Funny, this is song of the summer shit. You know it's funny. Walk on stage with no shoes on. All I need is feet, boy, I'm too gone. Hey, Jake money, big toe money. This is song of the summer shit. You know it's.
Jake, how did you feel about that? What was your live reaction to that, Jake? That was worth the $50 by itself, dude. Live reaction to Jake's own toes on.
Well, I haven't been in here for that yet. I don't know what to say, honestly. I think Lightspore is correct. It's yeah, my 13th reason. Yeah.
13th reason. That's so good. Romans 8:37 says, "No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." Thank you very much, Ronnie. Very based. Have a wonderful night. Your support is greatly appreciated, and you are excellent. God bless. Godspeed out there, sir. Amorite Boy for 2 says, "Leighton gayer than the Afghans' leaders, dead leaders." Yeah, unfortunately, what has been described as the stinkiest war of all time, there is a border conflict going on between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And honestly, when asked about who I'm rooting for, I am rooting for the nuclear bomb. I hope they win. Thank you, Amorite Boy. Appreciate it. AppTech USA, hope you're having a good night. You can check him out at apptechusa.com, says N for $2. Thank you. Polly B for 10 says, "On time and heterosexual? Blink rapidly if you're in trouble, John." I am in trouble, but not for the reasons you think. Thank you, Polly B. Appreciate it. Thank you. Lightspore says, "Kick Jake for 2. That's all I needed." Thank you, Lightspore. Appreciate it. Have a good night, Jake. Nah, I'm just kidding. Logan Howe, new member. Hey, new member. Thank you, Logan. Appreciate it. Actually, now that I say that, Logan, we have too many Logans around here. So you're going to have to fight the other one for your spot as a member. And honestly, if it's a fist fight, I think you're going to win. If it's a gunfight, I guarantee you're going to lose. So
if it's like something involving imagination, drawing a picture, maybe.
Yeah. Frank, have a good night. Appreciate you. Modern Frontier Project for 5 says, "Rage bait. You going to try and tell me the M249S is good?" That's above my pay grade. So I can't tell you. I've never shot a real machine gun. Okay. I just shoot ARs and handguns, like 9mm 5.56 ARs. Like that's it. That's all I shoot. Thank you, Modern Frontier Project. Lightsport for 2 says, "Jake versus Richard meat sword fight." I'll have to check Polymarket on that. See what the betting odds are. Regular Guy Training for 2 says, "Ooh, Richard is mogging you. 90% chance of winning." Sorry, Jake. Risers are actually cool AF, guys. Yes, thank you, Regular Guy Training. Appreciate that, man. Base take from 2005. Logan Sucks at Shooting for 5 says, "Hey, Richard, I think Haki Shuttle would look nice as a PFP."
Logan, what is this shit, man? Come on, dude.
Well, listen, he sucks at shooting, so he has to start a new career path of drawing Umas.
Just saying that it's not Gooner, just like Gooner garbage.
That's pretty goonery. It's pretty goonery.
Come on, dude. Logan, you're going down a dark path. You're going down a dark path, Logan. You must turn back now.
What if Logan is truly just asexual, though, and he just doesn't care? I mean, there are a certain amount of people that are actually just asexual and just don't care.
I don't know, man.
Possible.
I really couldn't tell you.
Doomer John, member for 11 months, says allegedly he's an Insane Deuces member. Well, again, if they had said that, okay, he's a member of a gang, well, that makes more sense. Arrest him, okay, for being a gay Mexican member of a gang. Doomer John, new member. Appreciate that. I don't know how you're simultaneously a new member and have been here for 11 months, but thank you. Jim Eagle UC for 5 says, "Gents, Takes on switching to pistol is faster than reloading trope. My latest upload is on this topic, and I need to know GunTube agrees with me. Well, switching to your pistol and bringing it up is what, about 2 seconds probably, and a good reload is about 2 seconds as well. Because I mean, if you have like a perfect draw, it's a second. A perfect draw is a second. Some people are a little faster, some people are a little slower, but a perfect draw is about a second. So if it takes you 1 second to drop your rifle, grab your gun, present it, it's about 2 seconds. Now, I would actually be interested in seeing like a professional shooter time them side by side, like get, you know, Ben or Joel or Nick Young from Velox Training or somebody like that, and actually get them to time it side by side and see which one is truly faster. But the point being, when it's done by a professional, you're probably going to be like 0.2, 0.3 seconds separating the two. So it doesn't actually matter, right? Unless you're in some sort of video game scenario. It doesn't actually matter in the real world, but it's fun. It's fun to argue about online. It's fun to talk about when does it make sense, when does it not make sense. Where are you? What are you doing that allows you to reload, that wouldn't allow you to reload, that wouldn't allow you to switch weapons, right? Lots of things to talk about there, especially for just a fun, silly video game topic.
Yeah, Modern Warfare 2 Spec Ops, I would say, is the most compelling evidence.
It's true. Mm-hmm. Listen, that run in the beginning of Modern Warfare 2 where you have to clear the course in like 28 seconds or something like that, that's the one. Although the trick is you just use a handgun. Jay Lewis for 5 says, a brown dude with that haircut, he was a good un, probably, maybe. Yeah. I mean, listen, okay, he wasn't beating any stereotypes. I just want him to be arrested for a real crime, not 35 rounds of ammunition, right? That's the gay part. The real Garantham for 2. Hope you're having a good night there, man. It's looking a little rough these days, but he says, I wish I had his hair. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mike. Logan Sucks at Shooting for 5 says, what a nice hoodie Jake is wearing. Where could I possibly get one of those? Maybe he just released some new designs by chance. Yes, you could get some of these if you want to by simply going to weekendgunner.com and picking up some of the new hotness. Damn, I hate pop-ups, Lance. Unbelievable. He's in the chat right now too, so you can call him gay. Weekend Gunner gay at Weekend Gunner gay. All right.
Use
Cody also says
Palestine. Just kidding.
Yeah. Use code Shekels to get 7% off. But no, I think I have what did he call them? Red Tiger. Yeah, I think I have a Red Tiger coming. So thank you, Logan. Appreciate that. Josh for 5 says Roscoe for $10. He said Roscoe. Listen. I have a quote from a Roscoe representative telling me that you suck at shooting, Josh. So, but Roscoe's good. I just, I shot and put together and shipped a Roscoe upper today for a customer. Last Arrow for 10 says Bloodline. The Beretta Bloodline is very good. It's very strong, 15 generations in, but also the Roscoe Bloodline is also very good for $10. True. Hope you're having a good night, Arrow, with his weekly tithe. Poop Dynamics for 2 says Ruger at least makes original. Yeah, but so does Beretta, right? I mean, I would say that the NARP is pretty original. The ARX is like it's a polymer framed handgun, but it's more original than the RXM. PX4 Storm, like pretty hilarious. You know, they make some interesting stuff. The 92's been around forever and ever, of course. Thank you, Poop Dynamics. Zanico for 5 says, John, Jake, Ricardo, what's the most favorite GAT you own right now? Ooh, that's interesting. When I get it working, it's going to be this integrally suppressed 9mm thing with this like 12-foot long can inside. It's probably going to be that. That with an FRT with a subsonic 115 grain ammo because it's ported barrel on the inside, so it makes everything subsonic. That's going to be fun. What about you, Jake?
I don't own very many guns because I'm not a consumer. So I have to be honest and say that probably my Glock 19 or one of my Glock 19s, I have 2 of them. Those are my favorite. They're just great.
Based Glock owner.
I don't know what else to say, man.
Richard, what do you got going
on? My favorite pistol right now is the Grand Power Q100.
Okay. Over on Ko-Fi, let me pull this up real fast. Josh Howard for 3 says, I saw a reel of an Iranian Niger cooking today. I guess I say we glass it. Yeah, anytime that I see street food made by certain demographics, I say that we nuke it all. San Frangelico guy, Goy. Oh, okay, I see it. San Frangelico Goy says, officially debt-free this week. No blackpilling. We're going to make it through, lads. Well, that's good based. Glad to hear it, man. Being debt-free is awesome. It's something that a lot of us are still working towards, but good on you, man. AppTech USA says, Sar, let me tell you about your GunTube channel and how it includes me. No. Thank you, AppTech. And then Gideon over on Ko-Fi says, hey, John, been busy with life, but have been enjoying the VODs when I have time. Christ is king. Christ is king. Thank you very much, Gideon. I appreciate it, sir. I think that's everything over on Ko-Fi. Duber John for 5 says, once the likes of New York City and Chicago sue Ruger over the RXM and switches, and they fold, it looks bad for them. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Is that everybody's afraid of getting sued. Everybody kowtows. Everybody gives in, and it makes life worse for the rest of us. Richard over on.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny, the whole like drama with the whole Glock situation. Everyone's like, oh, they'll just make a switch for the Gen 6 and then there'll be another lawsuit. Notice how that hasn't happened yet. It was just, in my mind, that whole thing was just to get them off their back, and it's probably not going to happen again, at least not for a while. But I could see it happening with the RXM, and that would probably be pretty bad for Ruger. But who knows?
Well, maybe they would just do the same thing and make like 3 changes to it and call it the RXM Gen 2, right? Because it would just be a couple internal changes. Richard over on Rumble says, show the piggies. Jake, your response? No, okay. Maddie Biscool, member from 5 months, says, Trench and GT going to do a tactics series. Yes, Trench and Garantham are doing a collaboration on the SIG P211 GTO versus the Staccato XC, which are 2 of the Compton, big 2011 brands out there. And then they're also going to be doing a tactics collaboration with Trench Grenade. So 2 videos, one on Garantham's channel, one on Trench Grenade's channel. The collaboration of the millennium.
That's
collaboration of the millennium.
That makes me like both of them even less than I already did, which is shocking, actually.
Listen, you don't want to know how low it can go. Dewer John for 5 says, your pick, a based Turk, Tissos, or a cringe German, HK Germany. Choose your fighter. Well, I'm taking the HK. Because I do have a higher faith in German engineering than I do in Turkish. I just do. Considering that the Turks clone the Germans. Thank you, Duber John. David, last name for 2, says, why don't people like this guy? Because he's Turkish? I think a lot of it is jokes. But he also is a little ethnic coded, okay? He's a little too ethnic coded for some of the audience, and you can't help the way that they're born. They're born ethnic coded. Thank you, David. Last name.
He did work for the FBI.
Yeah, I mean, also FBI agent. Bojangles for 5 says, moving out of Illinois in 2024 was the best thing I've ever done. I used to live in Crystal Lake, which is about 20 minutes from there. Well, man, to think you could have stayed in Illinois and gotten so many misdemeanors just by having loose ammo laying around. Wild. Thank you, Bojangles. Lightsport for 2 says, so TFB can never be non-biased about TSUS now. Basically, yeah. I would say no member of TFB TV can be unbiased when talking about TSUS. And if they claim otherwise, they're lying to you. Buy Sugar Bee Apples, member for 5 months, says, keep up the great work, John Focus. Thank you very much, John Buy Sugar Bee Apples. Appreciate it. Dude, talking about behind enemy lines, Washington State dog. Woo. Art Vandalay for 2 says, what is Kyan's connection to Building 7? That's a good question. Honestly, nobody's even asked this question yet. And I think that's really indicative of the problem here, right? He's got a lot of things to answer for. Where were you when Building 7 fell?
He was dancing in the street.
Oh, picked up in a moving van, huh? Moonman for 8 months says, gun stuff, gay. Richard, that thing I made you. Don't worry, we're about to talk about I was gonna say unalived Browns. Is that a kosher way of saying that? Go ahead, Richard.
Oh, I don't remember what I was going to say. I got distracted by unalived rounds.
Moonman for 2 says, don't even need to measure his skull, to be honest. Yeah, no calipers needed. Thank you, Moonman. Huge ass for 5 says, dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. Of all the jump scares in life, all right, some of them are just a little scary. Thank you, huge ass. Moonman for 2 says Umas are a Hyperborean. A Hyperborean, right? Maybe human animal hybrids, though. That sounds like a science experiment gone wrong. And then the fact that they make them Gooner coded as well. Some of them,
Yeah,
you know,
transgender human animal hybrids are probably Hyperborean. We're a Garthan people, however, so please go away with
Jake's
that.
not. Jake's not. I
It
mean,
just sounds like a bad science experiment to come out of Chinky Ears' basement.
yeah. It's actually just Vosh's search history. Moonman for 5 says Jake demands Hop and Brass tongue kiss, yet calls Logan a gooner. That's a good point.
No, you see,
that's
I
a good point.
didn't
No. Hop,
No.
Hop gets brought up, and you're like, oh, I bet he's doing fornication with Brass Facts right now.
And that's
Logan,
just
you're
me,
such a gooner.
That's me making an observation. I'm just guessing that that's probably what's happening because we know that's what they do. I didn't ask for them to do that. In fact, I'd probably ask for them to stop doing that, with some threat of violence involved. But you know, we live in America, 2026. We can't do that. So,
thank you, Moonman. Appreciate it. Logan sucks at shooting for 2. Says we go to Tracing Academy, not a camp. Well, we're about to put you in a camp where you can concentrate. Thank you, Logan sucks at shooting. Moonman for 5 says no. Jake is known for many things, most of them homoerotic, understandable, and anime hate, less understandable. That's true.
Moonman,
none of
you don't
them
know
have
me,
shown
bro.
their feet on camera for money, though.
You don't know me, Moonman. You don't know me.
Thank you, Moonman. Todd Dogs for 2 says Jake cries out in pain as Hopkins Brock. Oh no! Oh no! Jake
That
is in this
actually true,
metaphorical.
right?
Yeah, but
That is
why are you in
actually
this
true.
metaphor? You're watching them kiss from this metaphorical cuck chair, and you're like,
It happens to me, John. It happens to me. Okay.
Thank you, Todd Dogs. Vandalay for 5 says David Noor, D Noor, Ben's door. Ben has Lucas's 51% back there. That's good. That's good. Thank you, Art Vandalay. Bear Arms Channel for 223 says, you think adaptive defense will develop an FRT? No, a 0% chance. 0% chance that adaptive defense will develop an FRT. They got a rail coming out soon. They got a plate carrier coming out or in development. You know, they got a bunch of other stuff coming out that will be out eventually. An FRT, everybody's already developing an FRT. They're already developed. They're already made. You know, it's just really, it's a legal battle between the people who are already making them.
Well,
so
they're retards, right? Oh, I'm sorry, handicap with an E. Adaptive with an E is handicap.
Say again.
Adaptive defense with an E, spelled with adaptive spelled with an E, are all wheelchair bound people.
Oh, that's right. Because they don't have the E on the end. No, I didn't get the reference. Agardis for 5 says, gotta stop saying Logan. It's making me pay attention. Whatever, Logan. Agardis, Logan. All right, Logan Agardis. Again, there's too many of you. You're gonna have to fight to the death. Sans Defense for 2 says Jake TV on in the background is tripping my tism. That's right, because it's delayed, right? So imagine watching this on a TV while Jake also watches it on a TV and nothing is synced up. Thank you, Central Sans Defense. The Lightsport for 2 says Josh certainly sucks, but that's a different thing. Thank you, Lightsport. While Amanda for 2 says, any thoughts on the AS Designs Arcfire Ambi FRT? I hope it's good. Is that the one that they have the 3-round burst? Is that the one?
No,
I know
that's
that Deskpot put a video out on it. Didn't
I
you
think
the
it's
other day?
just a ambi 3-position,
It is.
like selector switch instead of a push button.
Yeah, I mean, I like the 3-position more, but
the
I only have 2, and I haven't even installed the second FRT that I have.
The Ambi Arcfire is, from what I gather, much better than the other couple designs. I know that the Atreus was having problems with the lever braking because of interface. Basically, there wasn't enough clearance in some of the trigger, the rear ends of the trigger. But the guy that I've gotten all of my stuff from, he swears by the Arcfires at this point. He's getting rid of all of his other stuff and just putting Arcfires in.
Gotcha. Thank you, Wallamander. Appreciate it. Huge Ass for 5 says, I will not hear PX4 slander from Mechanic Tard. didn't say it was bad. I said it was unique. It's a unique handgun, okay? Rotating barrel, fat and ugly, unusable. You know, I didn't say anything negative about it. Chevtech Group
100.
Chevtech Group for 10 says, check out our shoot coming up in 2 months. Big Bore Blast, which sounds like a Jake search history, in Northeast Ohio. Big Bore Blast, huh? Northeast Ohio. Well, send me an email with a practice score link. Thank you, Chevtech Group. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 10. Very generous. Sheezer for 5 says, one day Jake will break his chains. That's right. One day his chain, he will be free of his chains. Absolute Moonman for 2 says, Jake hates Uma Musume because none of them are men.
You know what? Funny you mentioned that, Absolute Moonman. One of my problems with it is that some of them are male horses, but they still just slap big old tits on them. It's really weird. What's that about? What is that about?
So would you prefer them with or without the tits?
I don't know what's worse, John. Anthropomorphize horses or trans anthropomorphize horses? I don't know what's worse.
Is double trans, is that like trans squared, or is it
no?
cancel
Because
out?
it's trans species and transgender as opposed to just trans species, which are both abominations and they should be eradicated, and people who enjoy it should be eradicated. But that's my official stance.
Now, wouldn't this be more akin to just a gender swap and not a transgender, right? So, like, for instance, if you have a character from history that is usually portrayed as a male, but then there's a modern rendition of it that's a female, right? That's not a trans female.
No.
It's just a gender swap. So
Well,
wouldn't
they
a
are
male horse?
I mean, they are.
It's a male horse, but it's
horses.
being represented as a female. So it's just a gender swap. It's not trans. It's just
It's
a gender
just
swap.
fucking weird, John. I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Well, but I think it's just a gender swap, though, right? It'd be like a gender swap in Hollywood where
I
they
don't know why you're
change a male
defending
character.
this.
I'm not defending it. I'm telling you what it is. Right?
I don't like it. It's weird. It's weird. It's Asian.
Comfortable.
I don't like it.
Yeah, true. Thank you, Moonman. Vandalay for 2 says, we're not going to talk about Jake's legit cuck-oo clock. It's pretty cool. Get It for 2 says, OG Atreus had geometry problems, but fixed now. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I know, what's the one that was screwing everybody over? Do you guys remember? It's the one that
It was
not
just
Rare
the regular, whatever the first Atreus
Arizona
super safety
regulator?
was.
No, isn't it the Arizona regulator? Aren't those guys like straight up screwing over everybody who installed their triggers because they're like, oh, you're an idiot. We're not warranting this. This is your fault.
I don't know. I know the Arizona regulator, I thought they were having possible legal issues, but the original Atreus ones were breaking super easy. So I don't know, I guess. And they were also, they also had a super crazy backlog on orders, and people ordered them and didn't get them for months and months. And it was kind of a bad deal.
If I remember
Gold
correctly,
rush
the
for those guys.
regulator had an issue because somebody got picked up with one and it was declared a MG by the arresting authorities.
Weekend Gunner for 5 says, if we can request Richard to change PFP, I requested Jake put 10-hour Indian street food on his TV. Do it, Jake. It'd be very funny.
I can do that.
All right. Thank you, Weekend Gunner. Appreciate that. Go check out his hoodies at weekendgunner.com. Get it out for 5. Says the ARC is probably one of the best FRTs on the market. I have about 3,000 rounds on that, but the Mark is a better Atreus, in my opinion. That's on 1.8 thousand rounds. Okay. Again, I don't do the FRT stuff. Like, I have one and I don't really use it at all. Logan Sucks are shooting for 5 says some of the IRL horses are male, but all of the Umas are female. Yeah, see, it's gender swap. They didn't take a female or a male Uma and then, hack it up to make it into a abomination of a female. They just are a gender swap. Thank you, Logan. They're still trans species, though. Oh, there
got
we
my
go.
Indian street food up. I couldn't
Amorite
find
for
10 hours, though. I'm sorry, Lance.
It's fine. Amorite Boy for 5 says, missed the first hour and a half. What happened? Hello, Beth, Jake. You know what we want to see. Oh, Amorite Boy asking for it already. Logan Sexer shooting for 5 says, John is correct. Jake, just accept the cute anime girls. Life is a lot easier after that.
Yeah,
he's just
anime
cute
girls,
posting.
The cute
He's just
anime
cute
girls
posting.
that represent male horses. Logan,
Well, no,
you're
they're
sick.
gender swaps. They don't.
You're sick, Logan. There's something
Although
wrong up here.
I do have to say, well, they literally removed part of his brain. I do have to say that the frequency in which Logan posts what he calls cute anime girls. That is disturbing, truly.
And his Twitter
lo-
feed.
There's a
Like, there's
lot of
something-
media. There's a lot of media that he consumes.
There's something wrong up here and on his Twitter feed, which is indicative of what's going on in his brain, in my opinion.
Moonman for 5 says, if chat does a pants check on Umas, they will find less peen than if they checked Jake's browser history. Asks the hard questions, John. That's rough. That's rough, Jake. That's straight up murder in verbal form, all right?
Is he trying to make the claim that I'm a homosexual or something?
Well, no, but if you would watch any porn at all, you would by definition have more dick on your computer than Umas have in their pants.
Interesting.
I think he was just calling you a deeply closeted homosexual.
Deeply closeted.
I'm not sure what Moonman's saying. He is the guy who's paid thousands of dollars to watch you play anime games, so...
It's true.
It's very true. Caveman for 2 says, what are your thoughts on Gen 6? The trigger is still really bad, which is fine. You know, it's not a big deal. It's just, I don't like it. The texture is a little better. The ergonomics are a little better. I don't need the beaver tail. Lucas cut off his beaver tail, his trans Glock Gen 6, because he cut off the beaver tail, cut off the nub. And what are my other thoughts on it? The mounting system is allegedly slightly better, though I am conflicted on that claim. Would I pay a premium for a Gen 6? No. Nope. No, thank you. Thank you, Caveman. Lost Arrow for 5 says, that is not real Indian food. There's not nearly enough questionable ingredients and unclean hands. Dude, I saw one today that was like a gross compilation of it just while scrolling X. And it was some girl with her like monkey feet, like legit monkey feet, like 80-year-old obese woman, like standing on a stack of, I don't know, like tortilla looking things and cutting them with her feet. Like she would put the little like square on it and then stand on it and then cut them out and then serve them to people. And I'm like, this is just like, I want all of these people to no longer exist.
I'll have to find the video. There's a video of a guy cutting chicken and he's holding 2 knives, one between each of his toes, and he's cutting, double fisting the chicken and cutting with both hands and both feet. It is wild.
He's what?
Yep.
What is he doing?
You heard it.
Amrod Boy for 2 says, regulator
about that
QC
one.
issues, check the live sub cord. Oh, actually, speaking of that, guys, we have something else that we need to start promoting. We need to start shilling here. Can I just open the web app? It's called Stoat. It's our new platform available for the public, I think. As right? It's available to the public. I'm not. Let me see.
Is it?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if that went live yet, John.
I'm not either. Can I create an invite code?
I don't know.
Well, they said to stress test it. They said to stress test it. So the link is in the chat. The link is in the chat on YouTube. The link is in the chat on Rumble. And that is a new public server. Totally not a stress test. Totally not a Neo airlock. Logan sucks at shooting for 5 says the cute Uma anime girl posting will continue until morale improves. Well, that just means he's going to continue to post. It's never going to stop. All right. Over on Ko-Fi again, AppTech USA for 5 says .44 weekend gunner hoodie when? Yeah, that'd actually be pretty cool. DB Cooper for 5 says, what's the intro song? I need that in the gym playlist. It's a remix of one of the Modern Warfare 2 songs. So it's just like a heavier version of that. I can send it to you if you want it. White Daddy for $10 says Trench is going to take Mike's 11 20 times from the back until he likes it again. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. White Daddy. Things I didn't want to read for 10. All right, now let's talk other things I didn't want to get into. Honestly, we could just talk to you guys for the rest of the night. That would be less disgusting. Actual clip from Jake's OnlyFans? What? Oh, I'm way behind on chat. My bad. Check his hard stops. I don't know. All right. Pakistan strikes Afghanistan as Prime Minister lauds the armed forces. Pakistan strikes the Afghan capital of Kabul as part of a wave of attacks across the country, according to the government official. Pakistani strikes on Friday came after the Afghan Taliban announced a major offensive against Pakistani military posts near the border on Thursday night. As tensions flare, Pakistan's Prime Minister says the country has the full capability to crush any aggressive ambitions, while the defense minister declares open war on the Afghan Taliban. A spokesperson for the Afghan Taliban says on X it has responded with renewed attacks against Pakistani troops, though the post has now been deleted. So, yeah, we have a little bit of a border skirmish. We got the Taliban armed with a lot of our weaponry. That Humvee looks surprisingly familiar right there. Surprisingly familiar. I think your Guns and Gear yesterday was posting some of the convoys moving to the border to, I guess, reinforce areas that are under attack from Pakistani strikes. And a lot of U.S. military equipment, a lot of my tax dollars going to fight. Surprisingly, also my tax dollars, which is really obnoxious. Now, I'm actually
waste of money. I support this.
Right. I mean, just to you fight it out as much as you want. I actually don't have any problem with that at all. It's like, listen, the Taliban wants to take out Pakistan, based. Pakistan wants to take out the Taliban, based. Right. All right. Whoever wins, right? Now, Pakistan is like huge and technically a nuclear capable country, right?
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it's like worst nightmare. Okay, they're already a biological weapon. They're already a WMD, but now they have a real dirty bomb on top of being a dirty bomb, which is just a terrifying thought, right? So, what is the Taliban supposed to do against them? Because sure, Pakistan's like not the most advanced country in the world, of course, just by virtue of having an average IQ of like 76 or something like that. But miles ahead of the Taliban, because you either have, actually, now that I mention it, maybe Pakistan is actually lower IQ than Afghanistan, because I think Pakistan has the highest rate of first cousin marriage, which is like 60% or something. It's like insane. They're so inbred. So inbred, they might as well be a sandwich.
If you remember back, the Taliban was fighting with Al-Qaeda, who was being harbored in Pakistan and being trained in Pakistan. So this isn't anything new. This goes back quite a while. But again, if it takes a little bit of our money to let, two lesser individuals slime each other out and it keeps our troops out of there, I am all for it.
Well, but Afghanistan can't do anything actually against Pakistan. Right. I mean, they might be able to like do some border skirmishes or something, but they have no military power or logistical power to exercise any control over.
Well, China has been coming into Afghanistan since we left in 2021, and they've been building roads. They've been providing infrastructure. There's been quite a bit of stuff going on there.
Well, wait, is China not involved with Pakistan? I thought China would be involved with Pakistan.
They are, but they have since I have to look into this a little bit more, but last I looked, they were more interested in Afghanistan because of the access to the rare earth minerals that are underneath the soil there.
Well, right. So they're interested in just the resources. That's what they're doing. They're going to strip mine Africa and the Middle East and everywhere they can get their paws into. Well, again, if we wanted to just eliminate all the Middle Eastern countries from the map, we could do that like in the blink of an eye. It wouldn't be a problem. So when we didn't beat the Afghanistanis because we didn't want to, really. Now, what I mean by that is, though, is that Afghan only has 50 million people. Pakistan is like, twice the landmass with 250 million people living inside. So logistically speaking, like, what does a war with Afghanistan and Pakistan look like? Border skirmishes. And I mean, even in the winning scenario for Afghanistan, it's like they take some additional land near the border and that's about it. Right. But there's no way actually, Pakistan probably could. I mean, maybe, I guess. I'm just spitballing here. Maybe they could take Afghanistan if they really want to. I don't know if they necessarily want to do that, but they at least have the population and the technological prowess, I suppose. Although, again, that's still very questionable. So really, it's just going to end up just some border skirmishes and they're killing each other, which is fine, right? Have fun. I'm rooting for the offense, okay? Yeah. Because isn't there something, too, where China and India work together or hate each other, something like that? Something.
So China and India have their own issues, and India and Pakistan have their issues, which is why China wants to side with Pakistan. But China hates all of them equally. They're just in it for the long run. They're just in it for the resources and for the infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Jets versus no jets. Well, that's true. What does Afghanistan have in terms of like vehicles? Is just whatever we left behind, isn't it? And they don't have any pilots for anything because famously, after we pulled out, they were crashing Blackhawks and whatever planes that we had left for them.
I just wonder who's stinkier.
That's a good question. Yeah, no Air Force. So, I mean, it's literally just going to be a border skirmish, right? And they can't really do anything against Pakistan just sending missiles into the country. So, yeah. Well, again, people say Afghanistan beat the USA. It's like, no. The USA could just wipe them off the face of the planet. They could legitimately decimate them down to every man, woman, and child, right? But that wasn't the point of being there. So, I mean, much like Vietnam, right? If we'd actually wanted to win a war, we absolutely could have. We just didn't have the chutzpah, you could say, to do what was
limited
necessary.
warfare.
Yeah. Now, speaking of other global conflicts going on, we have Mr. Shapiro, funny last name, saying that if America doesn't step up, Israel may have to attack Iran itself. Yeah, it's like, heaven forbid you have to fight your own wars, right? Wouldn't that be just a tragic outcome? I think, does his yarmulke get bigger every time he talks about like killing people, killing innocents? His yarmulke gets like slightly bigger.
Yeah,
is that how that works?
It increases in size so that way he can fit more shekels underneath of it.
I guess.
There are really several issues that are on the table with regard to what the Iranian regime must do or should do. One, no nuclear program, not no nuclear weapons, no nuclear program, because, of course, a civilian nuclear program can be converted into a military nuclear program pretty quickly and easily. And the Iranians simply saying we won't build a nuclear weapon is no assurance they won't build a nuclear weapon. That's called.
Well, Mr. Shapiro, I think he's also gained a bunch of weight too. Like the lack of wars in the Middle East has really done him dirty.
He also sounds like he's drunk and he looks like a demon.
He might be.
I think he is, actually.
Well, it's also like so he's like, listen, America, you have to enforce a no nuclear country for Iran, and don't ask us how we got our nuclear fissible material, okay? And we totally did not steal that from Western powers and the United States, all right? But they must not be allowed to have what we have, okay?
And I say it should be simple, all right? No Middle Eastern country should have access to nuclear power in any way, shape, or form. Anyone that does should get nuked by us immediately, right? That sounds simple enough.
The JCPOA and Barack Obama did it. He also talked there about the ballistic missile development of Iran, but he did not really link that ballistic missile development to concessions that Iran must make. This has been sort of an open divide inside.
Tom Poe, hope you're having a good night. Says Information Liberation reported that Trump's senior advisors want to induce Iran to attack Americans to justify war. I mean, didn't the Iran Twitter post like literally the exact same thing? Is like they're going to fake an attack on a U.S. boat to justify a strike on Iran? Like that's literally what they said. And then today, right, Mike Huckabee said for all of the U.S. personnel in Israel is like, hey, if you want to leave, you can leave, right? There's a upgrade in terms of the danger in the Middle East over the next couple of days. And so if you want to leave, get out now. Which is like, okay, maybe something is going to be happening in the next couple of days. Could absolutely be another false flag. Hashtag USS Liberty.
I'm just wondering
we have 2 carriers in the area. I think the other one is getting in there like right as we speak, basically. We have like a third of our active ship fleet in the area. So again, if something does happen, it's all set up to go.
Do we know what Trump advisors were stating that? I'm just wondering if it's Howard Lutnick.
Yeah, of course it's Howard Lutnick. Well, probably not though. Well, what is Howard Lutnick? Isn't he just the commercial secretary or something like that?
Well,
commerce secretary,
handler, yeah,
handler, demon, whatever you want to call him.
The administration, some members of the administration are pushing the Iranians. They need to give up their ballistic missile program as well, so they can't threaten surrounding countries. And
yes, we must make sure that Iran has no missiles with which to strike back at us. We must ensure that they have no retaliatory efforts or anything that they can do against us at any point in time. Don't ask us why we have all of this. We must be allowed to remain a nuclear power and to have our ballistic missile program and the Samson option and other things, yada, yada, yada. But those guys over there, they don't need that.
Allies ranging from Israel to Saudi Arabia and all the way to Europe. Should that be part of the negotiation? There are some people who are saying, no, that shouldn't be part, which of course I think is insane and ridiculous because they can attach not only nuclear weapons, but chemical and biological weapons to warheads that are capable of hitting populated centers in allied nations.
He doesn't care about allied nations. That's the thing I hate about Ben, is he's such a liar. He's such a disingenuous fool, right? He only cares about Israel. That's it. That's it. He doesn't care about the USA. He might bring it up as a rhetorical thing, like, oh, they could attach a ballistic missile and send it to the US coast, and they could kill all of you guys. It's like, why would they do that? You know who they actually want to deal with? You, homie. But again, Ben Shapiro is a hyphenated American. He's not American. He doesn't care about America. America is only a tool. The American population is only a funding tool and a war tool for him in his, Israeli first, Israel only really policy.
And as the president says, are building long-range ICBMs theoretically capable of even hitting American territory. And then there's the question of their treatment of their own population, the murder of 32,000 people in the street.
Reported by Western media that wants to stoke a war with Iran, 32,000 people killed in the country of 90 million, Well,
an American territory. Guam is an American territory. Like, it's not, I don't know. He's really, really grasping for straws, especially the way he's phrasing it.
Streets, the support for regional and global terrorism. Are all of those things going to be on the table in the negotiations, or is the United States going to seek an off-ramp by basically cutting an even weaker version of Barack Obama's JCPOA deal? I don't think it's clear from what the president is saying right there which direction he's going to go. According to CNBC, the U.S. and Iran are poised to hold further nuclear talks in Geneva on Thursday. Again, he says that his preference is negotiated endpoint here. The question really, in the end, is going to be whether the president of the United States is too concerned about the possibility of a multi-week air campaign against the Iranians to actually do it. And the Iranians just bluff him. That's really all this is about. No one is talking about a massive ground invasion of Tehran. No one is talking about a long-term occupation.
Well, this is the same rhetoric we used before, right? It's like, listen, they're 2 weeks away from a nuclear bomb. They have WMDs in the Middle East. It's not 2 weeks to slow the curve, 2 weeks to beat the curve, 2 weeks air campaign. That's it, okay? Quick little 2-week air campaign over Tehran, in and out, all right? Certainly no invasion, no long-term plan, no regime change. Just a little air campaign will be in and out. I promise you, American Goy. 2 weeks bombing them, no losses, no invasion, no retaliatory efforts in the West, no, sleeper cells waiting to activate here in the U.S. Nothing like that. I assure you, good sir.
Honestly, I'm just tired of Epstein's friends telling us what we should be doing. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, too many of them around, I've noticed.
Of Tehran. Nobody is talking about hundreds of thousands of American boots on the ground in theater. Nobody's talking about that. The question here for the president is, what is the risk reward here for a multi-week air campaign to defenestrate the IRGC and the Ayatollahs and the mullahs in Iran? And then what
do we get out of it? What do we get out of 100,000 dead Iranians? We get an even more disrupted Middle East. We get greater Israel one step closer to fruition. What do we get? What do the American taxpayers get out of it?
We
Mr.
get
Shapiro?
our greatest ally being even greater, apparently.
Well, yeah, it's like, listen, all right, we need you to topple another one of our enemies in the region. Please do it. They're definitely about to attack you and not us. Keep in mind that we struck them first last time.
If we do that, John, you don't understand. Ben Shapiro will give us all a 15% off Daily Wire membership and a free Leftist Tears tumbler to thank us for our undying support for Israel.
Almost worth it.
It's almost worth it.
Almost worth it.
Whatever happens, happens. Because I will tell you that everyone else is watching. If the United States backs off of this and cuts some sort of unbelievably weak deal, the consequences will not just be for the Middle East, where Israel will be forced to ramp up its military even more.
You'll have to defend yourself? What? What a wacky statement, Mr. Shapiro. Why would we care that Israel has to ramp up its defense for its actions in the Middle East? Why do we have to care about that, Mr. Shapiro?
And probably go and attack Iran itself, given Iran's capacity and increasing capacity in both nuclear and ballistic missile development and its renewed attempts to support terrorism. But aside from the Middle East, the Russians are looking on. The president has put a lot of pressure on the Ukrainians and not enough pressure on the Russians. They're probably thinking to themselves, the United States is backing off. They probably renew their offensive in Ukraine, redouble it, triple it. China probably looks at Taiwan and says, why not blockade Taiwan?
That's right. If you don't nuke Iran, if I don't have smoldering Iranian children in the next couple of days, China will take Taiwan, Russia will take Ukraine. It is literally over. If I don't have smoldering Iranian children on my screen in the morning, the world is literally over. The heckin' bad guys won because I didn't have smoldering Iranian children on my computer screen. Sure, bud.
Who's going to stop us? And the reality is that the United States remains extraordinarily dependent on the microchips that are produced in Taiwan. And if you're China, and if your window of opportunity is...
Well, listen, why? Yeah, you're right. So Iran and Israel, you guys can duke it out and we'll focus on Taiwan. Thanks, Ben. It's a great plan. We'll actually just cut funding to the Middle East and, sale of weapons there, and we'll just move our focus somewhere else. Like maybe those battle groups could be better used near Taiwan instead of Iran. Maybe that's a better use of our resources, Ben.
Closing, which it is demographically. The Chinese have a massive demographic problem. They have a major debt problem. If your window of opportunity is closing, you're being outcompeted, particularly in the AI industry, then why not make a move?
Whoa, what is the AI industry right now? Like, what is it actually right now? It's a pipe dream, right? It's something that may exist in the future. Like, sure, AI is being used for identification purposes, for target ID, for, unmanned systems and stuff like that. But by and large, AI doesn't really exist in the way people think that it does, at least not yet. And all the investments into it, it's all a pipe dream based on a maybe, based on a possibility. At some point in the future, we might need all of this.
I mean, John, to be fair, you're kind of keeping the AI industry afloat in a sense. I mean,
well, right, but that is the AI industry. It is people like me who use AI to make funny memes. Like that is the AI industry.
Yeah.
It is not an integral part of our defense grid as of right now, right? It might be
morale.
in the future.
It's integral to the morale of the
purposes.
troops.
True.
Okay.
True.
On Taiwan, if you do...
Wait, what are we talking about? Alyssa Liu's teeth? I saw people in the chat bring up Alyssa Liu's teeth.
It's been a popular topic. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out myself.
Well, she has the weird piercing in her gums, the gum piercing, which is very strange. I don't know if I've ever seen that on a girl before, but I mean, I'm all for the Hoppa propaganda. Okay, the Hoppa propaganda goes hard.
People love the Hoppa girl with the whatever that hair is called. I can't remember what it's called, but people are digging
it's
that.
The layered hair.
The girl with the hair and the teeth.
You know what it is, though? Okay, if we'll move away from Ben. Nobody wants to talk about Ben. Okay, you know what it is? She's a relatively attractive young lady who's very talented, and she just seems happy. She just seems nice. She has like that level of charisma where people find that sort of joyous nature infectious. Okay, that's it. It's just nice. It's just nice. That's it. All right.
It's also nice. Sorry. It's also nice to see someone representing America on the world stage, even if it is at the, pagan Satan worshiping games. But it's nice to see someone representing America on the world stage that's actually proud to be an American and isn't like doing that whole virtue signaling, like BLM ICE BS that most of them do.
Right. And I like it as a propaganda tool because you'll see all of the memes and the the edits of her like giving the heart out and stuff like that, and it's all funny. It's all funny. Actually, maybe I have one saved here.
I am a sucker for good propaganda. Like when I know I'm being propagandized to, but I really agree with it. I love that stuff.
Yeah,
I love that.
Well, that's
stuff,
the thing.
Tom.
You should recognize it, but it's the reason why it's good is because it works, right? And it's positive. It's positive propaganda. Okay. Now, this one, is a little risky, YouTube, okay? But this is purely for informational purposes, okay? YouTube, relax, relax. All right? This is what we're talking about for good propaganda.
Based?
Everybody has their base hoppa moments, okay? That's it. All right. This is a little base hoppa. Ignore the red band there. It's all right. But okay. All right. If we're talking about Alyssa Liu's teeth, we got to talk about somebody else's teeth, and that would be Malibu Fit Max. Now, this guy has been blowing up on social media. Yeah. No. Funny story here. Just you wait. All right. Funny story. Let's just go to his page real fast, shall we? Okay. 1.2 million followers, fitness enthusiast, combat vet, US PTSD advocate. Now, originally in his bio, he had something that said IED survivor. Because as you'll notice, his face be a little facey, right? His face is a little facey. Okay, it's a little strange, right? Jacked body, obviously, you know, all the exogenous hormones you could ever want. But jacked body, face is a little strange, okay? So the story goes that he is a real veteran, as we'll get into, but he made the excuse that he got injured in an IED blast and they had to, you know, surgically reconstruct his face, which is why he looks like that. That's not true, though. This guy's actually just built like that. That is just his face. That is just his face. He was very self-conscious about it, allegedly. And so he had a little white lie saying, oh, yeah, I was injured in an IED. Go ahead.
I got some information from Lost Arrow, and I don't know if it's 100% confirmed, but apparently one time he was extremely drunk and fell on his face and like messed it up and had to have reconstructive surgery. So I don't know if he was born with his face looking like that or if it was some kind of terrible accident that caused him to have this plastic surgery. Either way, he's super self-conscious about it.
He's very self-conscious about it. Now, that might be possible that, you know, he had some sort of facial surgery, but honestly, he looks like botched plastic surgery. That's what he actually looks like. He looks like botched plastic surgery.
And that's why I think I kind of understand that that explanation. Kind of reminds me of Zac Efron. Remember when he had his whole slip and fall situation and they did a bunch of plastic surgery on him and he was like freaking out. He's like, my face is disgusting now. So I don't know what the truth is. Either way, he lied.
Yeah, and that's the thing that people are obviously upset about. I saw Crack just sent me a post. Oh, thank you. thank you for that, Crack. But no, so that's the thing, right? He was a voice for positivity. He was very nice. He had very positive vibes, and he just looked a little funky, right? His face just looks a little funky. And that led him to 1.2 million followers on Instagram, blowing up just by being a little positive. However, it comes out he made a lot of claims about his service. He did serve, which we'll get into. But as I'll read it out here, DD-214 is now out. As suspected, no combat action badge, no Purple Heart. Therein, no IED to the face. So, add Malibu Fit Max, who has built an incredible brand, social status, and business deals off of being a wounded combat veteran, is anything but. Was it right for people to make fun of someone for their facial features? Morally, no. What else is wrong is the immediate, hasty circling of wagons by bro-vets, mill influencers, and the likes who unquestionably defend Malibu's narrative that in the end was a lie. This is the same clown-ass group that continues to run interference for and defend Tim Kennedy. You know who you are, and ProSubs is trying to garner support from these very influencers as we speak. So this is basically the update is that, yeah, he lied about what he did in the military and where his quote-unquote injuries came from, as he's very self-conscious about the way that his face looks. And he decided to put out a video, a apology video today, coming clean. Because again, like, I'm not a veteran. I've never wanted to serve, nothing like that. You know, I'm really guys to go do that. Excellent, wonderful. Thank you very much for your service. All that sort of stuff. But when you do serve, but then you lie about getting Purple Heart, you know, what would constitute a Purple Heart, right? Being blown up in an IED blast, surely. But you lie about it the whole time. I don't know, man. It is still stolen valor, but you did serve. So it's not as bad as saying that you served when you never served, but it is still stolen valor because you said you did something that you did not do. Right? He does look like Mickey Rourke, sorry. Yes. But he has an apology video here that we will go ahead and play now. And let me see, what did Lost Arrow say about that? Lost Arrow says, I think he has redeemed himself to a degree. A lot of people already forgave him, but I think it's because all this came out so quick. Well, let's listen to it in his own words, shall we?
Hey guys, it's Malibu. I wanted to talk to you directly about the claim that I made taking an IED blast to the face. Before anything else, I want to be clear. I did serve between 2005 and
his upper lip actually does not move. Like his upper lip and cheeks actually do not move at all.
Why does he sound like that though?
Well, male fitness influencer, lots of hormones going around.
Yeah. I mean, he might get a little freaky. He might get a little freaky with the boys. We don't know.
Are you saying?
Hey guys, it's Malibu.
What's up?
I was just wondering if Jake has personal experience with that upper lip not moving.
No,
honestly, it's
Richard.
preferable that way for Jake. Or so he said. I don't know.
Hey guys, it's Malibu. I wanted to talk to you directly about the claim that I made taking an IED blast to the face. Before anything else, I want to be clear. I did serve between 2005 and 2010. That part of my life is something that I've always been proud of. I've always had deep respect for the men and women who served alongside me, especially those who suffered more than I ever have. I've always got comments about my...
Yeah, but that's the thing too. Is if he served in that time frame, he undoubtedly knew people who truly got injured, who died, who had their lives forever changed through their military service. And that is something that he claimed happened to him. Right? That, in a way, that makes it worse. So I think that guy who commented on Rumble, I think he's right. I think Crack is right. I think that makes it worse. Like knowing people who were actually affected by this type of thing and then attributing your own misfortune to that?
Face and appearance. Some of them were harsh, and to be honest, I didn't handle it well. I was new to being in the public eye, and I didn't know how to handle the criticism. Instead of facing that right away, I made a bad decision and put IED survivor in my bio. That was not true, and it was wrong. Truly, I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart. I have always tried to promote positivity and support for others, especially veterans. But I understand that my actions here contradict that. I take full responsibility for it. I know words alone will not fix this. Trust is earned, it's not owed. All I can do is be honest with you guys going forward and let my actions speak for myself over time.
All right, thanks, Malibu Fit Max. So, I mean, it's not the worst apology statement I've ever heard. It's a little copy in the first half, and then he takes, a quote-unquote accountability in the second half. Saying, oh, I didn't know how to take it. I was, in the public eye, and I didn't like the criticism, so I needed a way to deflect and gain sympathy points. Using a fake injury to gain sympathy points. I mean, that is a Boogie thing, right? Boogie 2988, like saying he has cancer when he doesn't actually have cancer, starting a GoFundMe for cancer when he doesn't actually have cancer, right? That is that level of self-conscious need for affirmation and everything. It to put up a shield for your criticism. Yeah. Now, another thing that I kind of do want to talk about is like, sure, the guy has got a messed up face, right? Like it's not a pretty face by any stretch of the imagination, but he's got a lot of things going for him. He's a big guy. He's jacked. He's very fit. He's popular. He's got money. And even that was not enough to save him from being self-conscious to the point where he would lie about what happened to him, right? And this is kind of what I mentioned at the end of my last video is like this sort of approval seeking mechanism. I mean, in a male in the modern day where men feel put down, forgotten about, trampled upon, and you have like, you know, the MGTOW movement, or you have just the kind of detachment from society, right? You have somebody like this who goes to such great lengths to lie about what happened to him for some additional improvement. When again, I mean, he's a huge buff dude who's popular with money, and that's not enough to save him from lying and dishonoring his, you know, brothers in the service and his own service by claiming something that was not true. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
He looks trans.
What part of this guy looks trans to you?
Up. Those right there. The side profile and the yes.
I don't know. He just looks like a dude with a messed up face to me.
the way he's, I don't know, the way he talks and the way he was acting, it seems extremely effeminate.
He's gay.
Well, that much is
Spoiler
clear.
alert. I mean, you put that many exogenous hormones in you, and you just start doing freaky stuff, I guess. I think that's just a side effect of all these guys who blast. It just always comes out that they're actually gay. Larry Wheels, actually gay. Certain fitness influencers or gun tubers as well. Little crossover there between what they inject and what they allow to be injected into them, I should say. Yeah. Yeah. Not, he's just ugly. I mean, come on, he's not trans, he's just ugly. Guys are nuts. This is a female coded body right here. No, he's just nuts. Okay.
I think lack thereof, but
I mean, just because they're small doesn't mean they're not there. Jeez. All right. Well, that is Stolen Valor. Now, talking about somebody who actually, shoot, do I want to do this update? Maybe we'll skip that for now. It's kind of a wacky story, so I think I will skip that. But speaking of a positive update, and I want to see if I can find the GoFundMe for this young woman. But this is from Colin Rugg, the mother of the 12-year-old Maya Gabella, who was shot by a transgender person in Canada, by a man, Canada. Gives update on her daughter's condition. Her eye is open as she's responding and moving around. She is moving her hands. I believe this is the last one still in the hospital. She was told that she was going to die, but she is still hanging on for her life. I believe that the GoFundMe has reached $500,000 to cover her medical expenses. And this is the, I believe, the last one that's still in the hospital after the transgender shooter that killed 9 in Canada. So prayers for this young lady. And let me see if I can find the GoFundMe for her real fast while we're on the topic, I guess, of transgenders. Let me see. Maya Gabella GoFundMe. Here we go. All right, so I'll put that link in the chat for all of you guys there, and she is still hanging on and has positive signs, even though she was not supposed to make it. So that link is now in the chat for you homies. All right, now speaking about maybe some better news coming out of the state, the great state of Kansas, as some would say. All right, Kansas makes trans people's driver's licenses invalid overnight. Transgender people across Kansas are receiving letters warning them that their driver's license are now invalid due to state law. Senate Bill 244 takes effect on Thursday and requires to transgender people to have licenses corresponding with the sex of their birth base. So just what gender are you? It passed the last month with Kansas legislators overriding Democratic Governor Laura Kelly's veto. That's hilarious when you're so out of power as a Democrat governor that your own people veto you. That's wonderful. Anyone who receives the letter has to surrender their license and pay for a new one. And if they are caught without a valid license, the penalty is a B-class misdemeanor with a sentence of up to 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. Based. They should, instead of making a jail, though, it should just be a mental asylum, right? It should be a mental hospital. That's all. The department is working as quickly as possible to notify individuals whose credentials will be affected under SB 244, ensuring they have sufficient time to update their credentials and avoid any disruption. So really, I mean, this is good for a couple of reasons, right? Because if you're a man trying to transition to a woman, which of course is not possible, it's just mutilating your body in some sort of like satanic ritual put on by a pharmaceutical experiment owned by certain Semitic individuals. But if you're trying to transition from male to female, you should have your driver's license taken because, shouldn't be on the road in the first place, right? And if you're a female who's trying to, transition to male, well, then you already shouldn't have had a license in the first place. So I see this as an absolute win. We get crazy people and women off the road, right?
Yeah, I think this is an absolute win for the great state of Kansas, my beloved home state. This just further goes to show that Kansas is a fantastic state and everyone else sucks. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good right now, John. Especially after that last story. That last story made me very upset. This one's great.
Good. Well, you're gonna get more upset as we go along. We're only like halfway through. Actually, there's a lot of material here, Jake. Okay, I got a lot of options here. But no, wouldn't it be funny if they push something through because they have such a heavy majority that instead of like 6 months and $1,000 fine, it was like a life sentence and $1 million fine.
Guillotine, maybe.
Yeah, it's just a death sentence.
That'd be based. Incredible.
It's like, if you don't have your license changed by 12 o'clock on a Tuesday, death sentence. It's like, what? Excuse me? What? Trans driver versus illegal CDL crash derby. Maybe that's what we do, okay? If you want to be let out, if you want to be back on the road, there's a tournament between the illegal CDL holders and the transgender drivers, and we just put them in a big derby, demolition derby setup, and the last one standing or driving in this case will get out. Okay.
I was kind of thinking an empty swimming pool and like Ozark Trail machetes.
That could work.
But I don't know.
Female dem is kind of embarrassing though. Couldn't imagine, dude. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be South Dakota, even though we literally just did. Now, on the topic of transgenderism and how dark it is out there in certain places. So this is from California, of course. You either need to transition your child or you don't get to keep your child. This is attorney Erin Friday. She says California Child Protective Services can threaten parents who refuse to use their child's preferred pronoun. She told me she feared calling the police when her 13-year-old daughter ran away because she worried CPS would take her child. My daughter, who is 13 years old, just starting high school, was secretly, socially transitioned at school. Your children should not be going to public school. I understand that some of you have to. I understand that it is just a reality of a lot of people's lives that they're not in an ability to not have their child go to public school. But the idea that this can happen if you are not paying attention, if they're in a liberal school or just some evil teacher has access to your child and can warp their mind at 13 years old. It's like when my 5-year-old son is running around as a dinosaur. I understand that he's not actually a dinosaur. And it is the exact same thing if somebody thinks that they're another gender. No child thinks that they're another gender. They've been lied to. They've been propagandized. They've been psyoped. They've been groomed, I would say. And the people grooming them need to be castrated and then thrown into the ocean. I think that would be the proper outcome for them. The school started to call my daughter by a male name, use male pronouns. When I called the school and told them to stop, the next week, Child Protective Services was at my door. The next day, police. I'm just going to let her tell her story because that is absolutely disgusting. That literally agents of the state will show up to steal your child if you do not allow them to transition at 13 years old. 13 years old. Respect his chosen species. That's right, trans species.
Well, it goes back to when I found out that my daughter, who was 13 years old, just starting high school, was secretly socially transitioned at school, meaning that the school started to call my daughter by a male name, use male pronouns. And when I called the school and told them to stop, that next week, Child Protective Services was at my door. The next day, the police. And that was an immediate alert to me that the school wants to know better than wants to parent my child, and that if I didn't follow and call my daughter a boy, that Child Protective Services may come and take my child away.
In this hypothetical Minecraft scenario where agents of the state want to remove my child so that they can castrate him at a later point in time, right? That's what they're driving him towards or driving her towards, right? As some sort of uh, evil satanic ritual where they cut up the body to be a mockery of the other sex, right? In this hypothetical Minecraft world, the amount of people that you should be willing to unalive for your children is quite literally everyone, all of them. All right. And if you happen to be a police officer that goes to enforce this sort of rule and take away a child from a parent, you kind of deserve what's coming to you in this Minecraft scenario, right? You deserve it.
And at the time, I didn't really know how dangerous the situation was. I later learned that parents in Southern California had lost custody of their children because she wouldn't transition her daughter. She wouldn't call her daughter a male, and CPS took her child. So now I knew that I already had a black mark. And a few months later, my daughter ran away. And the normal thing for a parent to do is to ask law enforcement to help find your child. She's 13, female, alone at night. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. And I can't make that phone call because I know that there's already a file opened up on me and that Child Protective Services can swoop in anytime and take my child.
So many things going through my head. Okay, at the
Lost Arrow, sorry to sidetrack here, but if you literally changed your PFP 3 times throughout this stream, I'm pretty sure this is the 3rd PFP that you've used of a different anime girl. This one seems to be holding a gun of some sort. Sorry to sidetrack, but yeah, CPS is where childless women go so that they can be involved in something they will never have, a functional family. Yeah, and I mean, we've seen horror stories like this in the UK as well. Right, where they had children taken from that couple as young as like 3, 4, 5 years old, and in there, like they're powerless. They don't have guns. They don't have anything to even potentially stop somebody from stealing your children away. Right? These are just awful, evil people. And again, in a just hypothetical society, they would be put down like dogs.
this moment, is this a kind of blackmail? Like, how do you describe this scenario that if you don't basically follow what these people are demanding of you, you might lose your child?
Well, it's coercion at its highest level. It's telling a parent that you either need to transition your child or you don't get to keep your child. It's forcing a parent to socially transition their child and later medicalize their child. Puts them in a position of...
Well, I mean, literally, the public school system, the sort of forced indoctrination centers, are just breeding grounds for this sort of leftist progressive ideology, right? Gender affirming, whatever the heck that happens to mean, which just means transgender and pedophilia. That's usually the only place that goes. These places create the cycle, right? So they put these children in harm's way psychologically so that they can be put into the pharmaceutical system when it comes to drugs, whether it's just therapy, whether it's birth control, whatever it is. Like, people putting their children on birth control at 14 years old is not only like hormonally destructive, but just like, why are you putting your daughter in that situation? Why are you possibly doing that? Surely there's a better solution than hormonal intervention at 14 years old to stop you from actually doing the job of parenting. And not just that, of course, but when it comes to transgenderism or any of this stuff, these people are just perfect cattle, right? They can never get out of the system. They are permanently for life, mentally disfigured, physically disfigured, hormonally disfigured, and they will be products of the system in the pharmaceutical industry forever. Forever, right? It's like, oh, your 8-year-old son can't sit in a class for 8 hours a day. Well, time to give him meth so he calms down because he can't sit still for 8 hours a day. It's like, I'm gonna keep it real with you, dog. Kids shouldn't be sitting still for 8 hours a day. Kids shouldn't be learning like that. That's never how it's been throughout the entirety of human history. And these people, like, my son's 5 years old and he is a thunderous ball of energy that never stops, even when you want him to. He never stops. Never. All right. And for me, it's like, well, I'm the dad. I deal with that. And I fortunately have a job where I get to spend a lot more time with my children than otherwise possible. But my wife is a stay at home, so she does the majority of that. Right. But it's difficult. It's really difficult. Raising kids can be hard. Having, 3 kids that are all monsters in their own way, right, can be a hard time, but it's your job. And taking a shortcut with medication or passing them off to somebody else who hates you, hates your way of life, hates your children, hates your religion, hates your God, right? In a lot of ways, hates themselves. It's just a no-no. It's just a no-no. And people are asking in this situation, well, where is the father? Probably not in the situation, which is terrible. Children without the father have no one to protect them.
She's wearing a wedding ring, so I'm wondering if she's just divorced and remarried or if he passed away.
That's possible. But listen, predators look for women without a husband. They look for children without a father, right? Because they're easier targets. They're softer targets. They're more easily subvertible. They're more easily coercible, right? They have no one to protect them in a proper manner. So, of course, they're going to be more malleable, and they search out these types of people. So, in a way, broken homes lead to this, right? And they are a causal link here in some way, shape, or form, right? And it is men who have to stand up for their children, and in some cases, use God-given male aggression and leadership to exert control over the world around you. Now, speaking of that, I think I was going to do a quick little section on Pete Hegseth calling out the Scouting America, which is the parent organization for Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, of course, though they've changed the name, basically saying that they have gone completely off the rails and they will cut their funding if they do not shape up their act. So if they continue to go down this gender ideology nonsense, transgenderism for children, anything like this, then they will have their funding completely cut. Now, personally, if any organization starts doing that in any way, shape, or form and has access to children, that should be forcibly cut off from them. But yeah, I think we all agree with that. There's no real point of that.
Yeah, I will say in this frame right here, he looks like the I don't know, like Call of Duty president of the United States. I don't know why he looks like an animated character in that.
Mr. President, we've just been told South Korea has launched nukes. Something.
Why does he look like a video game character here? It looks.
I don't know, maybe it's just the camera that they use.
It might be.
But yeah, the framing of it, something. But
no, he does look like one of the COD characters.
Yeah.
Well, here's a little silly thing. So this is across the pond, but they are New Zealand. Okay, they are targeting the most destructive group known to man. That is, checks notes, Christian nationalists. Huh. It's funny, the people starting rape gangs in the UK and Canada, not a lot of Christians among them, not a lot of Christian nationalists among them. That's wacky. You're importing the third world, you took everybody's guns, and now, you have rapes and murders just up on the rise for no reason, even though it correlates almost perfectly with your immigration laws. But you know who's really a threat to you? New Zealand. It's those pesky Christians, right? Those pesky guys with the lowest crime rate, with the highest donations to charity. It's those guys. Those are the real problems in society. Those pesky kids, pesky Christians. New Zealand's Defense Force has admitted to targeting fictional Christian nationalists to train for war. NZDF utilized the fictional scenario 4 times in 2025. Key to its backstory is a predominantly Christian group who wants to build a state broadly modeled on Christian values. Based. Their additional fictional aim is to put an end to Islamification by deporting all Muslims. Based. As I wrote in an exclusive about this for the Daily Declaration, both America and Australia have also used the war game to train their warfighters. In this scenario, evangelical Christians are depicted as armed terrorists. That's right. All those terrorist attacks carried out by, checks notes, evangelical Christians. noted terrorists, evangelical Christians. Commonly you see headlines all the time about the Christians committing the terrorism. The Christians took down the towers, all right. Building 7 was an inside job. The Christians Are Terrorists script was written by AI. Of course it was. Of course it was written by the devil. For the US-based Decisive Action Training Environment, DATE platform. Of significance, NZDF adopted this particular training platform in 2021 under Jacinda Ardern's government. I'm not saying there's a connection with the socialists who accepted a Commonwealth the namehood. I'm just footnoting the time frame for context. Governments targeting Christians in fictional war games reveal a lot more than just institutional bias. These types of revelations are Ruby Ridge level warning. Yeah.
I think it's funny. I imagine them just running the simulation of like a Christian nationalist terror group taking over the country. And then they're like, well, they're not doing anything bad. And actually everything's a lot better. Are you sure we have to do we have to eliminate them? It seems like they're making things work pretty well around here.
It's like, Christian values shaped the West and gave us the countries that we have now. And they were pretty nationalistic at the time. And, it really seems like things have gone downhill lately since we've imported all these, Muslims who are raping and murdering and trafficking and doing all these other things and are connected to terror groups all over the world. But it's really the Christians who are problematic. We need to get those guys. Those guys are really, really rough out there. Maybe it's a bit of a... Go ahead.
The one group that is not allowed to be nationalist, the white Christians.
Right.
Every other group, it's like, you're A-okay, dude. We love you. We love that you're doing what you're doing.
This retarded bint, well, I'm passing to our mark, cunt, Ilhan Omar, can say like that she's the Somali representative in the Senate, right? But if I just say, oh yeah, I'm the white representative, I love white people. White people are my favorite people. I want what's best for them, which I truly do. That somehow is offensive, right? Not you, Mr. White Man, Mr. Goy, Mr. Top Goy, not for you, good sir. Not for you. And it is just total projection. It's like, there will literally be rapings and stabbings every day in some of these places, but you calling it out, you'll end up being one of the 12,000 people arrested for hate crime postings online by the British government, right? Never mind the 40,000 rapists, right? Those people can walk free. Those people can do as they will. You, however, white man, for being a little too spicy online by saying, you know what, I don't like that a lot of these rape games happen to be Pakistani. I'm just noticing that a lot of these rape gangs happen to be Pakistani, and I liked it more when my country was British. Was ethnically English.
Where are all the Christian nationalist rape gangs? Maybe I'm missing something.
Roving Christian nationalist rape gangs.
Yes.
Right?
I haven't seen it, man. Maybe I'm just, very narrow vision here, but
to them, the presence of white Christians or just white people in general is problematic, right? You'll see articles like this where they'll say, like, you want to fight climate change? Stop having children, right? And it's white people. Stop having children. And then you'll see the same article. It's like, you want to fight climate change? Immigration will solve our climate change somehow. And it's like, wait a second. What are you talking about? It's almost like you want to replace a certain group of people with another one. That's so strange.
That's just a conspiracy theory.
That's wacky. But if it was happening, it would be based though, right? Let's see. Shoot. Well, listen, I'm going to keep it real with you, dog. There's a lot. Let's go to the rape gangs. Shall we? All right. Since we're on the topic of Christian nationalists versus the alternative, shall we? Here's an article. Here's a headline from the UK. Stomach churning. UK officers used police cars to help traffic girls for Christian nationalist. Pakistani rape gangs, according to latest report. Wild. I thought the humble Pakistanis were not a problem. The scope and depth of evil now coming into plain view across the Western world defies comprehension. More baffling still is the fact that in many cases, the West brought the evil upon itself. Well, This is true. We opened the door, so to speak, to the vampires, right? That's kind of how the story goes. But there is also a more nefarious element here as well. Maybe a subversive element helping to bring about this destruction. Monday, on the social media platform X, British politician Rupert Lowe, member of Parliament for Great Yarmouth, posted a statement from the rape gang inquiry filled with shocking details of police behaving as active perpetrators in the extreme sexual abuse and murder of young British girls, predominantly perpetrated by Pakistani heritage men. It's just Pakistanis. They're not British, they're just Pakistani. Lowe's statement described a testimony from a survivor of a Pakistani rape gang whose ordeal began at age 12. Put down like dogs, all of them. Send them back to Pakistan. Send them back to Pakistan, body bag or otherwise, then nuke Pakistan. That's my solution. The survivor has stated that multiple police officers were active perpetrators. Money was exchanged openly, and this destroyed her ability and willingness to seek help. The statement continued police vehicles were used to traffic her, and some of the abuse events were called cop nights. Moreover, the survivors suffered torture, including waterboarding and strangulation by rope, filmed in places called red rooms. She was also the sole shutters at the evil, raped by a dog, and then forced to rewatch video of it. These alleged crimes, predominantly perpetrated by Pakistani heritage men, just Pakis, also included the murders of at least 3 little girls. The survivor witnessed these murders, including one committed as punishment for a girl trying to speak to police. Imagine the hell on earth where the people supposedly in charge of protecting you, the police, are in on the crimes, facilitating it, and then the politicians have a gall to say, the gangs aren't real. It's not real. We looked into it. It's not real. Listen, if it were real, the police would be doing something about it. Surely. Surely. Also, when people say, oh, Muslims don't behave like this. No. Muslims only rape underage children. Like that's like the whole religion is based upon this. Like if you ask Muslim scholars, how early can you have sex with a girl? If she's fully functioning, it can be as young as 3 years old.
If you ask them, you don't have to specify with a girl because they have little T-boys. What are they called? Baki Bazi boys? They do not
Don't
care.
ask about that. You cut out there, Richard.
It's probably for the best.
But that's the UK. What about coming to the West soon? It seems like, just to me, this is a strange coincidence, but wherever you import these people, wherever you bring them into, it seems like they bring the behavior, they bring the culture, they bring the religion with them. So Toronto, Canada, famously Pakistani in origin, Muslim rape gangs are here now. Several young female victims, ages 11 to 14, were being trafficked. Link in comment. An investigation, 4 people arrested in GTA human trafficking investigation involving girls ranging from 11 to 14 years old. Just Mohammed Omar Al-Saleh, traditional Western name. Mustafa Abdo, also a very Western name. And Yosef Al-Gaburi. Just normal European marriage. You know what? Actually, don't face the wall. Yeah, I would like you to look at me in the eye for a moment, if you will. Now, this is from the National Post. Boy 15 accused of pimping Toronto area girls as young as 11 years old. You know what? I think they're right. I'm actually going to take the leftist position on this and say that I also don't want these people deported. I don't think there's a need. I don't think that's worth it. Not worth it.
You're right, John. I got even more angry.
No, we're not done yet. Don't worry.
God. I'm gonna say things. I'm gonna say things that are gonna get me in trouble, John.
Should we go to Rumble exclusive so that Jake can just?
It's fine.
Okay,
It's fine.
we could. But
I'm just going to stay muted. Actually, I'm going to go use the bathroom while you cover this one because this is
Thanks.
I've seen so many of the exact same headline.
There's
Thanks-
about 8
thanks
more
for telling
stories
us,
to get
Richard.
to. There's about 8. I told you it was rage bait. I saved up rage bait all week.
I am raging, John. I
should be.
I have the
You should be.
desire
That's
to
okay.
rip. I have the desire to skin people alive right now, John. I don't usually feel
That's
this.
the spirit. That's the spirit, Jake. All right. Uber Eats driver who made his final delivery was killed by his own van during random carjacking. I hate it when my van kills me. Isn't that nice when my van kills me? He was killed by his own van, Jake.
That's crazy. How does
He was
that
killed by a
happen?
van. That's wild, dude.
I just never heard of such a thing.
An Illinois man was working 2 jobs to support his family and was fatally struck by his own delivery van. It's weird. After being carjacked. The Chicago Police Department announced in a press release on Tuesday, the 33-year-old Montoya Perry was arrested in connection with the death of 28-year-old Danielle Figueroa, whatever, was found dead outside Loretto Hospital in Chicago around 2 a.m. on Monday after dropping off an Uber Eats food delivery for a doctor who worked there. Police said that when the doctor went outside to pick up his order, he found Figueroa lying in the street. Figueroa was taken to another hospital where he was pronounced dead. As Law and Crime previously reported, surveillance cameras captured the moment that he came out of the Loretto Hospital after dropping off his delivery to find his van being stolen by 2 men and a woman. As he tried to stop the alleged theft, he was dragged by the van for half a block before the van sped away. Police announced Tuesday that a person of interest was in custody in connection with the homicide investigation. Perry was arrested, charged with his murder and vehicular hijacking the same day. She remains in custody until her next court appearance on March 18th. So this woman on the left is responsible. This is actually, interestingly enough, Black gangs and Hispanic gangs hate each other. Like there's a lot of, if you look at the racial dot map of even a place like Chicago or Detroit, like it's very segregated between Hispanic, between Black, between white. And there's a few places that are of course mixed up in there, but it's very segregated. And it just seems to be another one of those crime instances where I wonder why the 2 men haven't been charged as well and why just the female was charged for the murder.
This one
But,
doesn't
yeah.
make me as upset for obvious reasons, but it's still like fucking disgusting and shouldn't be happening.
But here's the
in
thing though.
our
It
communities.
could have been
Yeah.
anyone else. It could have been
It
anyone
could
else.
have been anybody.
And like they didn't care. They don't care. There is no, and this is something we're going to get into. There is no sanctity of life, right? They have no value for another human soul. Like none. Like they don't view other people as like having an inherent value where you can't just do things to them. You know, and I hate the headlines. I hate the propaganda here where it's like he was killed by his own van. No, he wasn't. He was murdered by some Black youths stealing his van. He was murdered. He wasn't killed by a van. He was murdered by Black youths. All right, or whatever word you would like to use there. Now we have a couple. Not really a lighter story, but at least there's something that we can just kind of laugh at, I guess. Like this isn't, oh my gosh. Actually, I don't even know if I could show this on YouTube. I hadn't watched the full thing, but they are curb stomping. They're just curb stomping one another. Anyways, but
the type
blue
of
on
thing
blue.
you expect, yeah.
Okay.
This is normal.
Now, here's another dark one. Ready? Ready, Jake? I know you're ready.
I'm sure, John, why not?
Mom of Fort Worth killing victim, I just wish he would have gave him the fries. Now, you read that headline and you're like, what do you mean? Mom of Fort Worth killing victim, I just wish he would have gave him the fries. What? What is happening here? Gave him the fries.
The comments make me laugh. I'm sorry. Yes.
Jarvis, now listen to this. This 19-year-old kid gets killed by one of his friends for not sharing his fries. So, Jarvis Davis was sitting on the couch in a West Fort Worth apartment last week, digging into a meal from Wingstop. It's funny, okay? It's ironic, it's funny, it's stereotypical, it's funny. All right, as his girlfriend lay in his lap. Also eating in the room were children, another woman and a man who was enjoying wings but remained hungry. So picture this. You have multiple couples, children running around in an apartment, very Section 8 activities. When I was a delivery driver for Amazon and I had to go into these Section 8 places, like the smells, the sounds, the activities, the people, very common occurrence. Very common occurrence.
Yes.
Now
I'm familiar.
this, I'm sure you are. he asked another person who remained hungry, right? So he ate his wings, but he was still hungry, as you do. You know, sometimes you don't get enough wings. He asked Davis to share his French fries. Now, according to Sherika Kennedy Davis, Sherika, Shreka, whatever, dude.
Something like that.
The women who were present recounted to Kennedy the argument that followed. Davis, who was 19, declined to share his prize, and did not take seriously the requesters' resulting anger. Look, the requesters, they're trying to make it sound as nice as possible. Soon after, Davis's friend fired a bullet into Davis's head. Now, listen, Jake, fries are serious, okay? Like, but if, you know, you're eating your food, I've eaten my food, I'm still hungry, and I asking for some French fries, dog. I'm telling you now, okay? You gotta share, okay? Things.
Is it a Culver's? Is it Culver's fries or what? What are you talking?
Well, dude, if we're going out, it's gonna be Culver's, of course.
Obviously, yeah.
Obviously, it's gonna be Culver's.
Mm.
Now, I'm just saying though, you know, like I'm recommending you allow me to partake in your fries. Otherwise, I can't control myself. You know how I get around fries, Jake. It's
you know how,
it could go bad.
You know how requesters be, man.
Requesters. Shit, man, you giving it on fry, dog. What the fuck you mean don't share my fry to me, man? I'm motherfucking kill a nigga, shit, you know? Anyways, he didn't think he was gonna get shot, especially over French fries that were his,
Yeah.
Kennedy said in an interview.
Why would
That's
you think
reasonable.
that? I mean,
You know what?
holy
Okay.
shit.
Word no is one of the two best N words, though. So it is very powerful. The word no is very powerful. Some would
You
say
can use-
number one most powerful or number two most powerful, depending
you
on
can
who you
use
are.
both of them in the same sentence too, and it works.
I
really
hate
well.
requesters. Yes, many such cases. I hate requesters. All right, hey, I gotta keep reading this. He didn't think he was gonna get shot. Yeah, no crap. Davis grew up in Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana. He moved with his relatives to Texas in 2020, settling in Louisville. He had been in Fort Worth for a year. Davis, who played football in high school, could antagonize, his mother said. He was tough and unwilling to back down in a fight. You don't say. You don't say. He had a mean left hook. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office reported Davis died early Thursday in the Harris Methodist Hospital Trauma ICU about 7 hours after he was shot. The apartment where the shooting occurred is near the 9500 block of Jeremiah Drive. Davis's parents and 7 siblings are grieving. He was his mother's 4th child. Now, while it is tragic, like the loss of a son and whatnot, these people are only allowed to have this many kids on the back of mine and yours tax dollars. So in some way, my and your tax dollars, our EBT, our Section 8 funds, all those taxes that we pay go to allow this man to have 8 children and this other guy from another family to shoot him in the head. Like, we literally subsidize and
Fantastic.
create this environment.
Fantastic.
I love
don't-
that.
Also, John, you horribly mispronounced Shreveport in Louisiana.
What did
and
I
people
say?
Don't like it. You said like Shreveport's, but it's Shreveport.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's Shreveport. It's Shreveport.
No, it's Shreveport.
Shreveport Bossier. That's how I'm going to pronounce it.
No.
Shreveport Bossier. Would you call that requesting? He was only 19 with his whole future ahead of him, Kennedy wrote in a GoFundMe post. I'm going to click on this GoFundMe. What do we got here? Well, there's Sharika. Hi, Sharika. $1,200. I guess to cover.
He has raised less money than the lady who called those people in a park the N-word. Just remember that.
Well, I mean, but what is the money for? He died, like
It's probably
medical-
for the family. I mean,
for the
okay,
funeral, I guess.
To be charitable, this is sad. Like being a parent.
Yes, of
losing a
course this
child.
is sad, right?
This is horrible.
We have allowed this environment to fester where these people are allowed to
Yeah.
act like this. It should not be possible for these people to act like this.
And this is this is from what I understand, this is a cultural norm. This is a normal activity among requesters and friends.
If we could pull up the stats, Jarvis. Jarvis, pull up the stats for us, please.
And it's disgusting, but it's not surprising at all. It's not surprising at all.
Dude. If we were on Rumble, Lost Arrows, stop it. Get some help, dude. You're speaking French, my guy. My gosh. All right. Well, see, I had to break it up a little bit, but now it's back to rage. Now it's back to murder. Now it's back to death. Okay. All right. Because we got a daycare story, Jake, from a daycare worker. And
John,
there's so many elements of this that are going to make you rage that you should understand. Okay, here's the thing. The Boss Babe meme of, oh, my wife works so that we can give 60% of her money to a daycare somewhere. Daycares hate you. They hate your children. They're raised by the lowest common denominator. Like, these people are monsters. It's not like your wife working so that your kid can be raised by somebody else who hates you. Like, you're allowing this to happen to your child, and you are in some way responsible. You are. You absolutely are. You are the parent. So just watch this, all right? This is just a wonderful success story of a daycare.
42-year-old Lashana Williams is serving a 10-day jail sentence.
First thing, note the 10 days. 10-day jail sentence for what you're about to hear resulted in a 10-day jail sentence. Now, listen, I also don't advocate for a jail sentence in this case.
42-year-old Lashana Williams is serving a 10-day jail sentence after pleading guilty to misdemeanor child abuse and contributing to the delinquency of a juvenile. Documents show a 3-year-old wouldn't sit in their chair. Williams used a hot glue gun to put glue on the seat and then sat the child on the chair, resulting in second-degree burns on the child's upper thighs. Advocates say this case raises bigger questions about child care oversight and safety.
10 days.
Huh. Right. I just don't want you to have a 10-day jail sentence. I just don't want you to have a 10-day jail sentence,
Yeah, no, I don't think jail's appropriate in this case, honestly. I think something cheaper, something quicker,
I do have to say,
more cost effective.
I it's not just for her though. It's not just for her though. It also happens to be the judge that gave her a 10-day sentence. All right, because again, I have a 3-year-old daughter, and if I, entrusted the safety of my daughter to people who used hot glue to put her on a chair because she wouldn't listen, I would kill every single one of them.
Yeah.
Every single one of them in the chain of command would be dead. Like, I mean, in this hypothetical scenario, of course. Now, fortunately, I'm in a very nice situation where my wife stays home and teaches the children, and I also get to work from home. But I'm just saying, hypothetically, in a situation where somebody used a hot glue gun on my 3-year-old daughter, I would kill them. Like, I think that is a fair and just response.
It's like John Wick, except instead of a dog, it's your child, and instead of like Russian mobsters, it's black people.
Well, it's not just the black people, though. It could have been other people there as well.
Well, there might be others. That's true. You're right, John.
Listen, I'm not, Jake, I'm not even going to discriminate. That's how anti-racist I am.
wouldn't
I'm not
discriminate
even going to
either.
discriminate.
Yeah, I don't
But
see color,
keep in
John.
mind that the requester got 10 days in jail. 10 days for using a fucking hot glue gun on a 3-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Is that adult going to learn a lesson? Absolutely not. We need better people in charge. And if you don't like kids, don't work at a daycare. If you don't have patience, don't work at a daycare. If you don't have compassion, don't work at a daycare.
Williams will serve 6 months of supervised probation following her release. She must also complete 24 hours of community service.
All right, guys, story time for John. Okay, I've been arrested before. All right, I was driving way too fast. double the speed limit, like 2 o'clock in the morning one time. I did 40 hours of community service. All right. I did 40 hours of community service. 24 for abusing a child. What is akin to torturing a child? Torturing a child is 24 hours of community service. Driving too fast by yourself in the middle of the night is 40 hours. Huh. I mean, and I think my sentence was just. I think my sentence was just, right? It was, the judge was nice and everybody in the situation was nice because I did it right. I was guilty, of course. But I'm, I feel like the punishment should match the crime. And, I feel like the crime of abusing a child is a millstone. We grind you up and then we attach it to the remains and then we drop you in the middle of the ocean. You're going to be shark bait.
Yeah,
Shark bait,
I think it's totally reasonable that people who take advantage of or abuse children should be not alive anymore. They should probably be executed very swiftly. And they're probably going to beg and say that they didn't do nothing. But the fact is that when you do that kind of stuff to children, you are literally the worst kind of person to exist. And there should be no sympathy for you whatsoever.
And we see this exact behavior pop up in many different ways by the usual requesters. Okay. In an old folks home, right? Somebody's not taking their pills. We see them beat up old folks. We see, 5-year-old didn't want to sit down during playtime. And so you hot glue them, you abuse them. Like we've seen this exact phenotype here just pick up and throw children before. Like it is unempathetic. It is lacking some sort of basic humanity, basic empathy towards other humans. And it is should be done away with in our society, this sort of behavior. It should be so heavily punished as to not be possible. Right?
And when people ask you why do you think these things? Why do you feel this way, especially towards certain groups of people that are more prone to these behaviors? You can just show them this. You can show them this plus 10 more hours of news articles about very similar and even worse things than this. And some people still can't get that through their fucking heads as to why this is so reprehensible. And I don't know what's wrong with those people, but for normal people, they see this and this should make you extremely enraged. This should make you want to seek justice. That is a normal reaction for this.
And justice is needed in a society. When justice breaks down, when there is no proper punishment, it will necessarily lead to individuals taking justice in their own hands. Now, that is not me advocating for it, but I'm saying when justice breaks down in any society at any time throughout history, it will necessitate individuals dispensing justice. It's the way it always goes, right? When there is no rule of law, it falls to the individual.
Yes, justice is a good thing. And justice will find a way. How about that? A little bit of a Jurassic Park.
Justice will find a way. True.
There you go.
We can't expect God to do all the work now. Now can we? Hey, but how, abusing a child, that's pretty rough. That's pretty terrible, right? Instant termination. Tavari Pearson hit his therapist with a rock to the head, strangled her, raped her, then dumped her in a ditch. Prosecutors were seeking 20 years. Judge below, on the right, gave him 6 months. 6 months. Now, let me pull up the article here. Tavari Pearson, teen who attacked Nevada teen. I hate teens. I hate teens. My gosh.
Those damn teens always up to no good.
Teen who attacked Nevada youth counselor could have probation revoked. A teen who attacked a counselor at a camp for youth offenders was recently indicted in a car theft case, and prosecutors want his probation to be revoked. So here's the story, right? Piecing this together. This young man, let's call him, shall we, hit one of his counselors in the head with a rock, strangled her, raped her, left her in a ditch. So rape, attempted murder, all this other stuff, right? And then she sued him after the case for $20 million. All right. The judge gives him 6 months. He gets out. He's on probation after beating a woman in the head with a rock, after raping her, right? After doing all this, he's out again. And then guess what he does just afterwards? He says, yeah, after he gets out, he just steals a car. In a just
I'd be reformed
society.
and shit. I'd be reformed and shit.
6 months, dude. 6 months. What? Surprisingly, strangling, raping, and beating somebody over the head with a rock, it took more than 6 months to get that out of you. Wild. Police have said Tavari Pearson, now 18 years old, which means that when he committed the rape and attempted murder while in a camp for children who needed reforming, right? He was like 17, 16 years old at the time.
16, 17?
Kill yourself.
Okay.
Go ahead. Oh shoot, I gotta find a different article for it. Give me a second. Yeah.
So the judge
Jeez,
himself
man.
may have committed a crime as well, because I don't believe judges are supposed to wear anything that relates to politics, right? And she was wearing a Black Lives Matter pin.
I think the bigger problem is that she's evil, and we shouldn't have judges like that. There's a very specific thing that we should do to judges like that. I mean, that the government, we shouldn't do anything to judges. Don't listen to me.
No, definitely don't do things to judges. But
Don't do anything to judges. Judges are
people
great
have
people.
names and addresses. Judges don't, but
Yes.
people have names and addresses.
It's so true. Sorry, slip of the
Okay.
tongue.
So listen to this. Okay. So the victim, who we're not identifying, was a county contracted therapist at Spring Mountain Youth Camp. The court records show she counseled then 15-year-old Tavari Pearson. 15 years old. Hitting the woman over the head with a rock, raping her, leaving her in a ditch, right?
John,
Attempted
what were
murder,
you-
raping.
What were you doing when you were 15 years old? What kind of stuff were you getting up to at 15?
You know
John?
what? I was going pro in Halo Reach when I was 15
Yeah?
years old. All right. I was competing in Halo Reach tournaments when I was 15 years old, dog. I was killing it back then.
You know, I
Metaphorically.
fucking sucked at Halo Reach when I was 15, but I did a lot of, normal mischievous stuff, lighting off firecrackers in my backyard and
Oh yeah, of course.
drinking a
Silly
lot of
things like that.
monsters late at night. Really bad
No,
stuff.
I never
you
I never
know?
got into energy drinks till I was like 20.
But you
yeah,
didn't
what
rape
else?
anybody at 15? You didn't
No.
beat someone nearly to death?
No rape. I was at a summer school, but I was there as like a counselor for kids. I did that.
Okay.
So I'm,
That's odd, though. I would think. Okay, well,
yeah.
huh.
Yeah, that was my 15. And then he turns 18 after attempted murder and rape, and then he steals a car. Okay, I'm just saying, like, just put him away. All right,
Can we
just
send him to
just
the
put him in a hole.
Can we send him to the camp that's in Ben's closet?
If we did that, Richard, you don't know what he would do to the Umas. You can't do that to the Umas, Richard.
Monkey rapes horse? What?
Tavari Pearson is being tried as an adult, but he was 15 years old when he allegedly committed the crimes he's charged with. At the time, he was already in trouble with the law, in custody as a juvenile offender at Spring Mountain Youth Camp. According to a newly filed lawsuit, he was too dangerous to be there in the first place, and his therapist was kept in the dark about his history.
You
She
don't
doesn't
say
remember
there.
much. Thank goodness, in a sense. On the other hand, she knows what she woke up to. She was basically left to die in a ravine. And thank God she was found.
The unnamed victim who filed suit Monday was in the midst of an
Now, the happy story, the slightly happy story, is that she did win a $20 million case against the county. Be in civilly, right? Now, obviously, the guy did 6 months. The guy, sorry, we let a youth rape and beat you, but here's $20 million. Sorry about that. And then 6 months later, he's hijacking a car.
I mean, John, hypothetically speaking, you can make a lot happen with $20 million.
It's a good point. All right, Jake, hypothetically, you're going to get raped and beaten by a black man, but you get $20 million, Jake. Are you taking one for the team? All right.
No, that's not what
one for the team, Jake?
That's not what I
need
meant,
to
John.
know. I
That's
need
not
to
what I
know
meant,
if you're
John.
going to take the 20 million.
That's not what I meant, John. I just meant you could do a lot with the 20 million, up to and including rectifying the situation. Okay, that's all I meant.
Rectum?
Richard, what the
fuck? Okay, fine. Little diversion here for a second. Now, the one thing that we talked about on Tuesday during the whole State of the Union thing was the Save America Act, which, you know, can you vote your way out? If I was a betting man, I would say probably not, you know. But I mean, Save America Act, only making sure that Americans can vote in elections, would you think would just be the status quo? It's that whole thing where it's like, wait, this isn't just the norm. It's like every week, it's like the Ecuadorians now have to pass a background check to get a visa, or like the Ecuadorians now have to like do an eye exam to get a state issued driver's license. And it's like, excuse me? Like, what? What are we talking about here? You mean they can vote? But Senator Chuck Schumer says the Safe America Act would purge millions of Americans from the voting lists. That's the point. You're darn right it is. You think you're just as American as me? Came off of a boat, huh? With your lice-infested clothes?
What does he mean by Americans?
What kind of American?
Yeah, what kind of American are you? It's a real question. Real question here.
The
Bill
real
the Butcher
question-
could fix a lot. All
I
right,
think
guys,
the
but
real
we
question is
have
why
a
does-
happy story. We have a happy story. Sorry, go ahead, and then we got to get to a happy story. Okay.
I'm just wondering why Chuck Schumer opposes this regulation when he supports the same type of regulation, but for people who need to apply to the county for shoveling snow. Like you got to go
Yeah,
through.
that was funny. Mom Dami said, like, listen, no ID for voting because that's racist because black people can't read, or Gavin Newsom can't read. Sorry. But if you want to volunteer to shovel snow for somebody, you need to bring 2 photographs and 2 forms of ID, including your social security card. Of course. William McBilly says, how much does Moon Man have to donate to get Jake to show his toes? $1.
No, I did
Actually,
not.
no, that's up to Jake. That's up to Jake. I know he loves to do it, but
You know, I don't
it's up to
plan on ever showing my toes again on the stream.
Ever?
This is a song of the summer shit. You know it's funny. Walk on stage.
I'll do it for free.
All right.
Thanks, Richard. Really
Welcome, bro.
appreciate it.
Love you.
All right, guys. But listen, Common Whataburger W. Texas Whataburger manager beat suspect with trash can after alleged assault, video shows. A Whataburger manager was forced to subdue a customer by apparently beating him with a trash can after he allegedly assaulted the workers there, according to police and witness video. Paris police officers responded on February 22nd to a Whataburger on the 2400 block of North Main Street in Paris, about 2 hours northeast of Dallas, the Paris Police Department said in a press release. Officers found that a customer at the location was verbally abusive to the staff, the release stated. The manager asked the man to leave, and he complied, but threatened to return to the store and assault the manager when police left. The suspect later returned to the restaurant and assaulted the manager by punching him multiple times, the release said. The manager was able to recover, subdue the man, and force him out of the store. Video from the witness showed what appeared to be the manager hitting the customer with a trash can, trying to subdue him. Watch footage of the incident here. So
Brother
this
taking the
is
trash out.
this is quite good. Here, I'm gonna actually watch it on YouTube real fast. No, actually, I think it's probably better on the website. We'll watch it on here.
probably the softest thing.
Why are they just allowing him to walk around?
Right now. The dude that was talking about earlier came back. Came on the manager and stuff.
Go get a manager. So unfortunately, we only get the last little bit. So the suspect who's on the ground right now comes back after the police leave, assaults the manager, which is this guy, which for the sake of this video, we're going to call Mr. Chad here. So Mr. Chad has defended his castle. He's defended the Burger King, the Burger Town, sorry. All right. And he has defeated the man after getting sucker punched, which good on him. Good on you, white man. Here's a picture of the perp, though. So this is what actually ended up happening to him. So whatever counterpunch he gave to the guy after beating him with a trash can, whatever led to him being on the floor in the first place was pretty significant. So good on you for getting this guy out. Texas Whataburger manager goes to town on a customer with a trash can and a fry basket. Oh, that's even better, dude. Hitting him over the head with a hot fry basket. Maybe he was just asking to share his fries. Maybe he was just asking to share his fries, you know?
Yeah, it's possible. Incredibly based, though. Imagine if that manager had a gun. That would be...
Could have been even more based. The woman fleeing, the brown standing in the background as the white man defends his castle. All right. Let me see here. Go back to the article real fast.
Based Chad behavior.
Someone needs to take that man a Burger King crown.
The suspect was later identified as 41-year-old Anthony William Newis of Spring, Texas. When police arrived, they found Newis bleeding from the head in the restaurant's parking lot. Newis was arrested and charged with assault, resulting in bodily injury and public intoxication. After Newis was taken to jail, he intentionally flooded the cells. Officials charged him with criminal mischief less than $750 as a result of the incident. What? You let him go? No. Newis was taken to jail. He intentionally flooded the cells.
So you can just do that? You can just like
I can
flood
just
the
go assault a
cells?
I could just go assault a random manager and get away with it? Officials charged him with criminal mischief less than $750 as a result of the incident. No. He's getting charged with assault and battery, and it should be upgraded to attempted murder and threats and public, all the things. Throw the book at this guy.
I believe the criminal mischief and $750 fine is just for trying to flood the jail cell.
Oh, is that it? Okay, maybe that is just talking about that. But that's even more funny that he's in jail, he's still belligerent, he's still drunk, and he decides to leave the faucet on or whatever that they have there to flood the cell with. Right?
If it's what I think it is, it's going to be even worse than that. He would have probably had to physically take toilet paper and stuff it into the toilet and then flush it several times. But a lot of jails have a limiter that doesn't allow that because it's
right. Just a quick question, just for curiosity's sake. Why do you know so much about the flooding procedures of a jail cell?
My brother was my brother-in-law was corrections officer for 4 years.
Okay. Right.
Jumped and ended up with a lawsuit because they didn't follow procedures. He was transporting prisoners by himself when it was supposed to be a minimum of 3 people per person, and there was a power outage, and he ended up getting his ass beaten, got stabbed, and yeah, it was rough. But yeah.
Lightsport says that I've committed some hate crimes for people flooding cells on me. Damn. All right, hey, don't admit to crimes on camera. Don't admit to crimes on camera. Come on.
Okay. It's okay. He's a CO. He actively works in a jail. It's fine for him to do that.
Stop doxing him. Why would you say that?
Why would what? Oh, no, just kidding.
It's don't worry, guys. This guy abuses his inmates on the daily. Don't worry about it, guys. It's
actually not true.
He works at this facility. His name is this. Wow.
He actually does not do that right now. It's actually not his job. So
I'm starting to wonder if Richard didn't go Epstein. Richard has the minute of missing footage. True.
See, Lightsport says it's okay. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Lightsport says it's okay.
He loves me. I'm his best friend, or something like that.
Or something like that. Sure.
Something like that. I'm not sure.
Well, Would you like another depressing story, Jake?
No, John, honestly, I would not. But what do you
Too
have?
bad.
What
Too
have you?
bad. What have you? Well, I have another one. I have Irina Zarutska once again. Basically the exact same
2.0?
thing. I mean, this is on a bus, right? It's a little bit different. This person's only been arrested 30 times. So, I mean, it's not quite the same thing. But yes, another white woman stabbed to death on a bus by, checks notes, Abdul Jola on Monday in Fairfax, Virginia. He had 30 plus prior violent arrests. Woman stabbed to death at Fairfax County bus stop appears to be a random attack victim. These random attack victims just seem to only go one way. If when I line up the perpetrators and victims, it just doesn't seem so random. Almost like it's selected. 30 just hit the break and pay. All right.
Woman who was murdered at a Fairfax County bus stop. Within the hour, police have identified the victim as 41-year-old Stephanie Minter from Fredericksburg.
Investigators say she was stabbed by 32-year-old Abdul Jallo near Richmond Highway and Arlington Drive in Hybla Valley Monday night. Police say he has now been charged with second-degree murder.
As News 4's Mauricio Casillas explains, the suspect has a lengthy criminal record.
Leftover crime scene tape, an unsettling reminder of the brutal crime that occurred here at a bus stop off of Richmond Highway. Fairfax County Police say preliminarily.
Again, when I line up the perpetrators and victims, it just doesn't seem so random.
It appears the suspect, Abdul Jallo, is accused of randomly attacking Stephanie Minter. They're still investigating a motive.
The victim was found suffering from upper body trauma inside the bus stop.
Tuesday morning, Fairfax County.
AKA she was stabbed many times in the chest and neck area.
Yeah, she was stabbed to death by a black man who shouldn't be here, who is not an American and hates us.
What, you mean Abdul Jallo isn't a very American sounding name?
No, not typically. I knew a couple. I knew like 3 or 4 Abdul Jallos growing up.
Yeah,
but,
in the
it's not
cul-de-sac.
super common. Yeah, in the cul-de-sac.
That's Abdul. That's the Jallos over there.
Yeah, that's the Jallos. They do funny stuff. They pray to Allah and they have goats, but they're really nice people actually. Other than the stabbings, of course. But it's whatever.
It just seems the more Abduls we have here, the more random stabbings we have.
Yeah, it's the Abdul
put out
Index.
Tuesday morning, Fairfax County Police put out an alert saying they were searching for Jallo, labeling him as a person of interest since he was the last person seen with the victim. By Tuesday night, Jallo was taken into custody on an unrelated theft charge. According to Virginia.
So,
fuck, dude.
What am I supposed to do with these people? Right? It's like, okay, Tuesday morning, Monday night, I'm gonna murder a girl. Wednesday afternoon, I got a robbery I got to do. Like what?
Yeah,
like
we wouldn't.
busy man.
Really, lucky
What am I
break,
supposed
we
to
wouldn't
do?
have caught him. We wouldn't have caught him if it wasn't for the fact that he just had to commit another crime. Because it's just what he does.
Requesting somebody else's items. I don't see what the big deal is.
He's just
he's a
requester,
requester. I'm requesting your blood and your life and your soul.
Wow, this is great.
Yeah.
I love this, John. This
Custody
is great.
on saying they were searching for Jallo, labeling him as a person of interest since he was the last person seen with the victim. By Tuesday night, Jallo was taken into custody on an unrelated theft charge.
No, that's the same day. It's the same day. Not even 24 hours in between murdering woman and theft. Plus 30 plus arrests beforehand, okay? 30 plus arrests.
John, inshallah, you got to get that bread. Even if he just kills an infidel.
Every single one of the judges, because it's not all the same judge, every single one of those judges who took a look. Gosh dang it, I should not be laughing at that. Very funny. Every single one of those justices who saw his prior record and continued to let him go should be held accountable. Every
Yes.
single one of them.
They
Oh,
should be
fail.
charged
When
as
you
an
mean
accomplice.
when you mean held, do you mean held up by a rope, or what do you mean by that, John?
Yes,
If
rope around their toes,
a
hang them by their toes.
if a justice system were implemented that gave them the same punishment as those who they let commit the acts, because it is them letting others commit the act, I think that that would be a proper punishment.
Reasonable and just. Reasonable and just.
Yes, reasonable and just.
standard.
Yes,
Yeah.
the
I think so,
punishment
too.
matches the crime.
Is that crazy? I don't think that's crazy.
No. Well, let me see real fast. We got larceny, drunken public larceny, disorderly conduct,
Into
drunken
Virginia
public,
criminal case records, Jollo
trespass after forbidden, so breaking and entering to murder somebody else, malicious wounding. We just be up maliciousing or wounding right now or
What
something,
does,
dude.
what does that
lengthy
actually
criminal
mean,
history.
though? What does malicious wounding mean? Because it sounds a lot to me like assault or like attempted murder.
Stabbing, yeah.
Yeah.
Malicious wounding, larceny, shoplifting, less than $1,000, assault and battery, trespass after
which includes
forbidden.
multiple
Malicious wounding, assault and battery. Sorry, I didn't realize it wasn't on the page. It was showing all of them as they go by. So let me just back up a second so you guys can see it too.
on an unrelated theft charge. According to Virginia criminal case records, Jollo has a lengthy criminal history, which includes multiple assault and larceny charges and felony malicious wounding charges in May and August of last year. News 4 reached out to the Fairfax County Commonwealth's Attorney's Office to ask about Jollo's criminal past and ask for more context as to why Jollo was not in custody for previous crimes. In a statement, the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office says it convicted Abdul Jallo in a 2023 case. The office adds it's aware of the risk he posed to the community, but writes in part, quote, unfortunately, the defendant in this case also had a history of selecting victims with no fixed address, some of the most vulnerable members of our community. In multiple cases, we were unable to move forward with prosecution because victims...
Excuse me? You knew he targeted the most vulnerable people in your community, like, women at a bus stop and other people who may have, been on hard times and not have a fixed address. You knew that he was a danger to your community and you did nothing? Your hands
So-
were tied?
If
Don't
that is
give
the
me
case,
this.
if they were aware of the prior history and they still chose to let him off, the judge and the prosecuting attorney can be charged as an accomplice in the murder of that young woman.
I mean, he needs to, but I all of them need to, but I don't know if that's actually going to happen, right?
Yeah, but that won't happen because of the system we have in place.
No.
That is.
And Shadow Force is right. It is on purpose. It's supposed to affect people like me and you and not affect people like, what's his name? Abdul Jallo?
Yeah.
It's
Good old
supposed to be
Abdul.
destabilizing.
Victims could not be located or contacted despite considerable effort from our police department to bring them to court, end quote. As for the people who use this bus stop, they say they were shocked to hear what had happened just a few days ago.
It's like a tragedy because that's like a public area, there's kids around here, and make you feel kind of weary of, just headed to work at a bus stop, something like that.
You ain't going to work, dog. Pretending you're going to work and you don't feel... You're pretending to not feel safe as if you're not the reason it's not safe. What? It's a tragedy, dog. Shit,
It's a
man.
tragedy. It's
You
a
know,
public
we can't get
area.
on a bus stop without get no stabbed of any shit here, man. Fuck, man.
End quote.
Public
As for the
area.
people who use this bus stop, they say they were shocked to hear what had happened just a few days ago.
It's like a tragedy because that's like a public area, there's kids around
Area.
here, and make you feel kind of weary of, just headed to work at a bus stop, something like that. Sucedió una escena muy desagradable, pues lo que fue un asesinato de una persona.
This bus rider says it was troubling to know that someone was murdered there, a bus stop that he frequently uses. Detectives are still conducting interviews and collecting video surveillance from...
I understood everything he said the first time, right? Because that's like,
I mean, listen, that guy's just as American as me and you. He should
Yeah.
have a CDL. He should have a CDL. He should be driving a public bus. He should be in charge of many people's lives at all points in time.
yeah.
That should be,
'cause
that's a good
like,
position.
It's like good, you know, John. It's actually really good for people to be here that don't speak English because it like, you know, like diversity and it's our strength, right?
Listen,
Is that right, John?
you know, he just needs to enrich a family of 4 on the highway by T-boning them, right? Maybe expose
Yeah.
them to a little bit of Hispanic culture.
The scene to determine the circumstances that led up to the deadly stabbing. In Hybla Valley, Mauricio Casillas, News 4.
Sheriffs from across Maryland gathered in Annapolis today to voice.
Come to a bus stop, or you. Come to a bus stop, or you, dog. Can't even go to work no more. Shit, I don't feel sick no more. I got kids and shit, right? What the fuck? Never go down here.
John, it's all a joke. It's like a really gross joke. It's all messed up and tragic and disgusting, but it's literally just a joke. It's comedy. Is what
I have another joke for you.
No, I really hope you're joking. I hope you're not being serious.
No, I have more. I have more jokes for you. All right, we're not even done yet. We only got a couple more. We're almost there. Almost there.
Can we do
All right,
after
Jake.
this? Can we do a Rumble exclusive where I taste test my Glock?
Yeah, dude. Well, anyways, yeah, you know, I hate trench coat wearing maniacs. I really do. I really do. I hate trench coat wearing maniacs. Not trench grenade wearing maniacs, but trench coat wearing maniacs.
Got me excited.
Trench coat wearing maniac randomly punches 4 women while walking down New York City street. Huh. Just another one of those trench coat wearing maniacs.
Wearing maniac requester. Whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a better word. There's a more concise, all-encompassing word
that's not it.
that we could use for these types of people.
True, dude. True. Anyways, a trench coat wearing maniac randomly punched 4 women as they walked in Upper Manhattan last week, cops said Thursday. The unhinged man, I hate unhinged men, stormed each victim ages 52, you know, just beating up grandma, just for fun. Why not? 24 and 2, age 35, around 7 p.m. February 12th at West 122nd Street and Broadway, slugged them in the face. And then he callously fled the scene. All of the women refused medical attention except for one of the 35-year-olds who was taken to Mount Sinai Morningside Hospital where she listed in a stable condition. The assailant didn't know any of the victims and the attacks were unprovoked. You don't say. It was unclear whether the women were walking together separate. Footage and photos released by the NYPD show the lanky, bearded suspect. Huh.
Lanky, bearded suspect.
Would you describe this man as lanky and bearded, Jake?
He is the most lanky and bearded.
He is a lanky
trench
black
coat wearing.
man. Oh, I mean, sorry, no,
maniac.
not even black. Sorry, he's just lanky and bearded. Yep, that's how I would describe this man.
Lanky, bearded man is what he is.
Bearded
Gotta
man
have the ostentatious sneakers though, very ethnic coded. Carrying something in a plastic bag and at one point flashing a grin as he strolls down the streets. So this guy is still out there.
He's a grin flasher. Is what he is.
The grin flasher. Yeah, the trench coat wearing maniac. Famous New York City criminal, the trench coat wearing maniac. Many
Otherwise
such
known
cases. The late requester. Requester, dude. We're getting to like comic level naming conventions for these people, you know. All right. Well, how about
John.
All right. Well, no, listen, all right. We've done a lot of work against the sharp dressed requester. We've done a lot of work against the black community, okay? We've established some track records, some patterns, some noticing, if you will. But there's another pattern that I want you to notice, Jake, okay? And it's perhaps even darker, perhaps even more nefarious. And these are some of the more powerful people in society. They seem to have an excess of control on some of our systems, and they seem to be into some really dark things. It's very strange the way that these people view the world. Let me see. Grimalda says, gay, how do you pronounce that? Neanderthal? makes a product dedicated to poo, co-parents 4 children with his gay partner. Let's see. Multi-millionaire Squatty Potty creator arrested in Utah for buying child porn. Huh.
That's
Now,
interesting.
if you're not familiar with this guy, Robert Edwards, who happens to be Jewish on his mother's side. Odd. Also gay, right?
No.
Also
No.
gay. Also has access to children. Adopting
Wait.
is a moral good thing to do. This man bought a bunch of children in the gender that he happens to be attracted
Wait.
to.
Oh, they weren't all boys, were they?
But they were, I don't know, all of them were boys, but it was at least 2 or 3 of them were boys. Predominantly boys that he bought. All right. So, anyways, reading this handy dandy little article here, shall we? The multimillionaire creator of Squatty Potty was hit with federal charges in Utah for allegedly buying countless child sex abuse materials, according to authorities. No trial
Countless.
needed. No trial needed. Robert Edwards, 50 years old, was arrested for allegedly buying and receiving a trove of images of sexual abuse material, CCM, on March 2021 and November 2025. The U.S. Attorney's Office in the District of Utah announced on Monday. The entrepreneur and co-founder of the specialized toilet stool that was designed to ease bowel movements, probably to help himself, huh? Child sex material was later identified. In May 2025, FBI agents also learned that Edwards may have purchased additional CSAM materials through his PayPal account, which was flagged for 4 suspicious transactions. Well, at least he's also a retarded gay Jew, right? In November, law enforcement executed a search warrant on Edwards and his home and confiscated a cell phone from his vehicle that contained multiple videos and images of CSAM, some of which were downloaded only 2 weeks prior. Authorities then seized additional devices and allegedly discovered more CSAM at the Squatty Potter's Pioneers residence. When you have CSAM on, you have so much CSAM that you're storing it on multiple devices everywhere, just in case you need it handy for some reason. There's no need for a trial for this sort of thing. Sure.
I think multiple charges of possession of this stuff should result in charging multiple rounds of M855A1 into a device. And
Am I the only one that finds it incredibly ironic that the guy who spent probably 2 decades getting his shit pushed in sells something to help constipated people?
I mean, it's almost comical. It's marketed towards children. Like, if you've seen some of the marketing material, some of it is like rainbow colored poop coming out of a Squatty Potty, and then children eating the rainbow colored stuff on ice cream cones. If you've seen that video in context, it was disturbing at first, but now that you know that the guy's a pedophile and is probably getting off to this sort of thing.
I mean,
I think
here's
we
the
should
thing, John. If I would have known all the other things about him beforehand, like his proclivities, I would have already assumed as much. But now that there's evidence that he is, in fact, a pedophile, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. What should happen in that case.
Yeah, I think it is pretty obvious too, and I think Young Hop agrees.
Kill yourself, faggot.
Real, dude.
I don't think he should have the honor of doing it to himself. I think he should have him. I think multiple people should do it to him in a very brutal and horrible way, because that's the right and just thing to do. Obviously, legally through the governmental justice system, whatever.
Give him the old Caesar poking.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so I can't find exactly what his children are, but he is gay. He is partnered to a man, and he co-parents 4 children.
I'm willing to bet, and this is, maybe they should investigate the partner as well, because the trend I've noticed is that these guys often work together. It's almost like 2 men with this kind of mental deficiency.
Everybody says 13 do 50, right? everyone says 13 do 50, but do you have the strength? Do you have the strength to say 1 do 40? Which is that gay people make up 40% of pedophiles, despite being like less than 1% of the population.
I believe that, actually. Huh. Well, John, you've upset me tonight.
Are you happy? Are you happy now?
No,
Did I
I'm
successfully
not.
rage bait you?
Yes, you did do that. I'm extremely angry now. I'm going to continue drinking alcohol now, thanks to you.
Do you think the alcohol helps or no?
The alcohol just makes me more upset, actually. Believe it or not.
No, I believe it.
And I didn't
I
even
have
say the N word, at least fully.
Yeah,
I didn't say it
pretty
tonight.
close. Pretty close.
There's still time.
Oh,
There's still time.
I did.
right?
That's why I closed my screen out for a minute. I shouted it several times while I was taking a shit.
Which one did you say, Richard?
Oh, you know.
I don't know.
Well, so this is part of the one of the ads for Squatty Potty where a unicorn is pooping out gay ice cream and then it gets fed to children by this man. And this is one of the screenshots from the advertisement.
Huh.
And then in context, you're like, this gay person's actually a pedo, huh? Countless CSAM
Weird.
material files found everywhere on all of his devices. Huh.
Does this
That's
guy know
weird.
Epstein, or what's the deal there?
Big fans, big friends. Ran in the same circles, actually.
Do we know which Shark Tank investor it was that invested with him?
I actually do not know which one. But I mean, you could look that up. I don't know if it's really that important. I just, pick your rich pedophile Semite, it's like, whatever, dude.
One question. Wasn't P. Diddy on Shark Tank for a while? As one of the sharks?
Yeah, you could probably go back and find some very interesting. You
Wouldn't
want to
that
watch the
be-
full ad? You want to watch the
Wouldn't-
full ad? I
Wouldn't
found
that
it.
be
I found the full ad.
hilarious if P. Diddy was the one who invested in the Squatty Potty? That would
Maybe
just
he
be
needed some help.
poetic. That would
So
be
Jake, we have something else. All right,
What
I
is it?
found the actual advertisement.
Oh, cool.
This is where your ice cream comes from. The creamy poop of a mystic unicorn. Totally clean, totally cool, and soft served straight from a sphincter. They're good at pooping. But you know who sucks at pooping? You do. That's because when you sit on the porcelain throne, there's muscle puts a kink in the hose and stops the Ben and Jerry's from sliding out smoothly. Is that a problem? I don't know. Are hemorrhoids a problem? Because sitting at this angle can cause hemorrhoids, bloating, constipation, and a buttload of other crap. And seriously, unicorn hemorrhoids? The glitter gets everywhere. But what happens when you go from a sit to a squat? Voila! This muscle relaxes and that kink goes away faster than Pegasus laying sweet sherbet dookie. Now your colon's open and ready for battle. That's because our bodies were made to poop in a squat, and now there's a product that lets you squat in your own home. Introducing the Squatty Potty. No, Squatty Potty is not a joke. And yes, it will give you the best poop of your life, guaranteed. I don't just mean you bloated lords and hemorrhoidal ladies. I mean everyone. Kink, unkink. Kink, unkink. It's simple science, really. Can't get the last scoop out of the carton. With the Squatty Potty, you get complete elimination. Spend too much time on the chamber pot? The Squatty Potty makes you go twice as fast for your money back. I scream, you scream, and plop, plop, baby. Maybe you're sore from squeezing out solid globs of rocky road. The Squatty Potty gives you a smooth stream of froyo that glides like a virgin swan. Plus, when you're done, it tucks neatly out of sight, thanks to its innovative, patented design. Truly a footstool fit for a constipated king. So if you're a human being who poops from your butt, click here to order your Squatty Potty today at squattypotty.com. You'll wish you tried it years ago. And if you don't trust the prince, how about your doctor? Shark Tank, HuffPost, NPR, Men's Health, Howard Stern. He poops from his butt. They're all crazy about the Squatty Potty. Not to mention the 2,000 Amazon users who gave the Squatty Potty 5 stars, including the author of this moving haiku.
Oh, Squatty Potty, you fill me with endless joy, yet leave me empty.
So order your Squatty Potty today. I'm not saying it will make your poop as soft as this cookies and cream, but I'm not saying it won't. Squatty Potty, The stool for better stool. Pooping will never be the same. And neither will ice cream. I got one for you. Very good.
And then just feed it to children at the end. It's just weird. It's just weird.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Well,
And
thanks,
I'm-
John. That was really great.
I'm not sure how they managed to get a patent for that, considering that the Little Tykes step stool existed like 20 years before this.
All right. Moving on, please. Please. I hope that faggot burns in hell. That's all I'm going to say.
So yeah, killing them all is my solution. That was
yeah.
Yeah. I think it's appropriate, you know,
That's
after
fair.
what we've just had to experience. I think it's appropriate. And that's another thing, you know, you see weird things sometimes, right? You see weird media, you see weird ads, you know, and you're like, oh,
Mhm.
that's really strange. And then you realize like the idea behind them, you know, what the creator's intentions were, you know, with some of this stuff. And you're like, huh. And you just you think of some of the media that's put out in different places. Just, you know, some of these people that happen to be tied in with Hollywood elites and whatnot just need to be removed. I think it's normal. I think it's, you know, within the confines of the law, of course. We're talking about pedophiles here. Of course, we punish pedophilia in this country. Come on. DB Cooper over on Ko-Fi says, that would be perfect. I agree with whatever I said 2 hours ago. Pez becomes a Ko-Fi caffeine creep. Appreciate it. Joshua Howard says, nukes are fake and gay anyway, though, right? Nukes are fake and gay. Yes, that is my stance. Not really. It's just a troll stance. But they're gay unless we have them, and then they're based. Sabardic Psycho for 10 says, I'd like to meet these transitioners with a load of buckshot to the rib cage or drag them behind a truck from Anchorage to Fairbanks during a bad cold snap. Or cover them in bacon grease and make them walk upwind into a sow grizzly with cubs. Grizzly with cubs. Fair enough. Interesting solution for sure. Sabardic Psycho, living up to the name. And then Mr. Suds, Mrs. Carpet Cleaner becomes a Ko-Fi caffeine creep. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Hope you're all enjoying your Friday night. To think all of the things you could have been doing with your Friday night, but yet you're here with us enduring punishment and pain. Logan for 5. I did see somebody ask Logan in chat what Uma that unicorn was. Is there an Uma unicorn, Logan? I need to know. Says, it's also our precious daughter, Uma Haru Ura's birthday today. May she rest in peace. Haru Ura is a female horse, IRL.
Holy
What up? Sorry.
fuck, Logan.
All right, I gotta look it up. Logan.
Logan,
Who is this person?
what the hell are you doing, man? Snap out of it. I slap you right now. Oh,
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
done.
you're
I'm
good.
done. I'm done.
I know how much you love this stuff. How happy this makes you. All right. Let's see what Jake thinks about all this Uma nonsense. All right, what do we think about this, Jake?
I fucking hate it, John.
All right.
That's how I feel about
Fair
it.
enough. Thank you, Logan. Appreciate it. Rest in peace to that horse or something. Lightsport for 2 says, need gold chip to bounce on. All right. Now, yep. It went too far. It immediately went too far. All right.
Yep.
Thank you,
Lightsport,
Lightsport.
you're getting banned from everything, including the YouTube stream.
Lightsport for 2 says there Uma Vor out there. I don't know what
Even
is Vor
worse.
again.
This is worse. I think I don't quote me on this, John, but it's really bad. Okay, it's really bad.
It sounds bad, but I don't know what it is. So I'm just gonna.
It's one of those. It's one of those like shock things that people talk about, and they say, "Oh, don't look it up." But it's like one of those
Okay,
things.
well, I'm not gonna look it up then.
So we're just not gonna.
Don't
We're
even
just gonna
ask,
keep
keep your
going on, and
innocence.
I'm going to
Okay, perfect.
find. I'm gonna find
gonna ignore that.
Lightsport. and do bad things to him.
Who is definitely not in a prison committing hate crimes right now. Caveman for 2 says, how much to get this Jew off the screen? Oh, we're talking about David Noor. Damn. Well, no amount of money. Amroy Boy for 2 says 2 weeks from WMD in the 90s. Shake my head. True. Yeah, it's been, it's a funny little meme I saw. Is Abraham Lincoln reading a newspaper, right? And it was like, Iran 2 weeks away from a nuke. Main headline. Thank you, Amroy Boy. Appreciate it. Lightspore says, I need Alyssa moaning on it. Now, Alyssa Liu is a human, a female human. And she's cute. So, like, it's understandable. But also, you're married. All right, Lightspore? So, calm it down. Calm it down.
Not appropriate, Lightspore.
Not appropriate.
I'm disappointed.
I mean, you could say that I wish we were married and having, making children, right? That's not hyper degenerate. You could say that if you were single. Bulge Deep says, F it, we ball. We do. 1 year together. Bulge Deep in Vagina. Thank you much, man. I always remember the first time I met Bulge Deep in Vagina. Axlor for 2 says, Glock is unreliable. All right, Axlor. All right. That's very trench grenade coded. That's trench grenade coded.
I think
says the guy who doesn't like Glocks.
Yeah. Ditch Hand Bomb for 2 says, Jake's feet have plastic surgery just like that. True.
That's also not. You think I can afford plastic surgery for my feet?
Oh, I mean,
Fucking
with your Feet
retard.
Finder account. Your Feet Finder account paid for it all, dude. Subarctic Psycho for 2 says, Tom Platt's step cousin. Thank you much. B Rizzle for 5 says, I wouldn't have a problem with him if he was in Turkey. Oh, talking about Kaya. Yeah, Kaya would be great for Turkey. Number 1 Turkish representative. Sean Weiland for 2 says, John Taylor Gatto warned us about public schools. He did, as well as Yuri Bezmenov, right? And a lot of other people have spoken out against the public school system. People always, the mainstream media, of course, likes to pin everything bad on Catholics. And they're like, oh, look at all the sexual abuse that happens in Catholics at church, in their schools. And it's like 1% of what happens in public schools. Like, all right.
Yuri
All right,
Bezmenov was a very interesting figure. If you guys get a chance, check out his detailings on active measures.
Sure. All right. Strategy Branch for 10 says no more anime PFPs. Well, technically, Logan, he is the big dog here, so he's asking you to change your PFP.
Well, he has since donated the most, so I will change it, good sir.
As long as it's not
Very
anime.
based, by the way, chest rigger.
Thank you, Strategy Branch. There you go. That's the real Uma. Show me the real Uma. Strategy Branch for 10 says, attention men, no more anime PFPs. Dude, what if we did that one stream? Like every stream we had a different purge where if you commented with a PFP that was like not appropriate for that day, you get banned, right? So anime PFP for a day, you get banned for like 24 hours. And then the next one was if you don't have a PFP, so just a letter, banned for 24 hours. We'll just do cycling bans on people. Thank you, Strategy Branch. Strategy Branch again pretends says Scouting America. I thought this name described activities of Chinese spies and OTMs. Yes. Also, yes. Very much so. Thank you, Strategy Branch. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good night. Watched your video yesterday on the FS2000. It's a fun little watch. Caveman for 10 says, homeschool your kids, guys, make the sacrifices. It's true. I know that it's hard. I know that it's not easy. I know that it's not even really possible for everyone, but as much as it is within your power to do so, you should be striving to secure your family. All right. Thank you, Caveman. Ronnie Zengelski for $50.
Liberal, happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia. Get ready to lose some pounds. Get ready to get shot and thrown in a ditch. Get ready to get dipped in acid baths. But first, you're going to get raped.
Yes, that is us as judge, jury, and executioner for the future trials that will take place in the future. Thank you, Ronnie. That is the Millstone Fund. I am adding up the Millstone Fund. When we reach the goal, we will attach one random millstone to one random pedophile. Thank you, Ronnie. Appreciate that. Mega base of you, good sir. Cody Fisher for 10 says, I have to actively repent for the level of rage these people cause me. I think that you should have a level of righteous indignation when confronted with evil. I think, as the example of Christ himself, when he saw people defacing his temple, when he saw people, changing money and all of the other untoward things going on within his temple, and he actively removes them. And I think that that is a part of a lesson that we need to learn. Now, it doesn't mean that we just go out there and kill everyone who disagrees with us or that somebody does something wrong. But it means that there needs to be something that gets us to that level where we actively remove the people who are desecrating our country, who are murdering our friends, our family, our community, right? There is a time and place for that. Now, there's also, of course, a time and place for love, compassion, and all of the other things, right? Having mercy on people. There is still a place for that as well. But you can't have one without the other, right? Because if you only have mercy, then you never have justice. Right. Thank you, Cody Fisher. Sheep Herder for 5 says, imagine getting carjacked, dragged by the van you're using to feed your family, and the last thing you hear probably is, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. I should have man, get out of my car, man. Shit. Thank you, Sheep Herder. Strategy Branch for 10 says, would you call that requesting? That dude, being an Uber Eats driver or any of these little driving positions is really dangerous. It's really dangerous with these people about, right? You're going to get carjacked like the woman last week, right? She had somebody come and order an Uber ride and then point a gun to the back of the head. And after they got to the destination, he just shot her in the head, murdered her. And another happened to be black on white, randomly black on white. Weird how that works. Thank you, Strategy Branch. Cody Fisher for 5 says, what match are we all going to squad in a match and live stream the entire match? I feel like this would be legendary. Well, so that's the thing. We actually can live stream on Rumble. We can live stream guns on Rumble. So I actually, if there's one of the big area matches this year, I'll probably be going around to like 3 or 4 of the big ones in different states. So I'll probably make that known ahead of time. And if people want to get in there, we can. Thank you, Cody. Logan sucks at shooting for 5 says, why are y'all getting mad at Lost Arrow over a PFP change? And of course, Logan has now changed his PFP to a human horse milk truck hybrid.
We're mad at anybody really at this point, Logan, who has an anime PFP, specifically Uma Musume. So you've been warned.
All right, let's see. Just Some Space Cowboy for $20.
This is a song of the summer shit. You know it's funny. Walk on stage with no shoes on.
We're gonna have to come over to your house and kill you. No two ways about it.
Says John, the wall of text of scouts I sent you on Discord. I don't feel like dealing with YouTube censor or character limits. Okay, so Space Cowboy says, I was in scouts when they rolled out the changes for girls in scouting. Co-ed troops were never allowed, and segregation of male and female troops, summer camp, and other large multi-troop events is enforced as per YPT standards, youth protection training. As for the scouting buddy rule, male and female scouts are not allowed to be in buddy pairs. The only real gay stuff they added was a merit badge called Citizen in Society, which pretty much said, don't be mean to trannies or fags. The badge was also required for Eagle Scout, the highest rank. However, there was a 3 to 4 year grace period after the badge was introduced, so I never had to do it. Venture Scouts, a sister organization of Boy Scouts, focusing on the 16 and up age range, has been co-ed for a long time, though. Segregation was typically handled specifically for things like the showers, the shower house by 21 plus camp female staff. Honestly, the gayest thing about Scouts in general is that they're not hard PT standards. In the physical fitness merit badge, you just need to show improvement on your original scores over a 4-month period and not even a percentage increase. Also, the physical fitness merit badge is not Eagle required, despite physical fitness being in the Scout oath and law. Overall, still a pretty good program with lots of very cool opportunities for kids to partake in and awesome skills for them to learn. Just a few too many women in executive positions, not enough Jesus, and too many fat people. I got my PADI open water diver certification and learned how to weld through scouting. Cool. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that people are still getting value out of it, but it's also very important to make sure that it doesn't continue to decline, right? And especially if the signaling, the virtue signaling that the people at the top are doing is indicative of the way it's going to go. So that's why we want to be careful with that. But thank you for the $20 and congratulations on your Eagle Scout career. Over on Ko-Fi, because I just saw a couple more of those come through. Amorite Boy for 3. This Vor is a large, normally sexy woman doing Kirby things to small men who needs to off themselves. This is a kink?
I don't think that's right. I personally, I don't actually know completely what it is.
But wait,
But
this is just cannibalism.
Oh, is that what it said? Did you read it?
Well,
all?
I mean, Vor is a large, normally sexy woman doing Kirby things to small men who need to off themselves. This is death by cannibalism by a
Yeah, I
woman,
think that's
and
what it is.
this is a kink.
Yeah, it's some weird like cannibalism thing. It's
I feel
not-
like we should just kill you.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I'm sure Logan knows what that is. Even though he doesn't know who like Steve Irwin is, he doesn't know who Sylvester Stallone is, but he knows about that for some reason. Don't know why.
Off Duty Spartan says, I believe it's important to point out that Matt Walsh said anime isn't right wing on X. He was then ratioed super hard considering we use it for memes all the time. The most recent examples are Amelia in the game from the UK government made and Ice Freyren. No, I 100% agree that anime and cuteness in general can be a good propaganda tool because it is very appealing to the lowest common denominator. So as a tool for propaganda, it can be incredibly effective. And there are some based stories to be told in an anime format. I just don't partake in any of it, right?
John, do you have the image handy that I sent you a while back of the quote unquote far right Polish militia who was selling anime cat girl body pillows to buy body armor?
I've not seen that. I have that. But listen, I save 100 photos a day. So what I downloaded 6 months ago, it is in the ether. All right. It does not exist in a way that is accessible on my PC. Lightspore, but yeah, no, it's true. Lightspore for 2 says, this monkey plus tree plus rope equals happy ending. Thank you, Lightspore. Lightspore again for 2 says, Logan is speedrunning becoming a boy wife. Yep. And honestly, like, I use anime as propaganda. Like, I put Amelia in the thumbnails. Like, I put the blonde ice chick in the thumbnails, right? Because it's funny. Yeah. We pray for Logan that he does not become a boy wife. He's just autistic, all right? Willie McBilly for 5 says, how much does Moon Man have to donate to get Jake to show his toes? Well, let's see, Jake. All right, let's imagine that I have a blank check here waiting for you to write in a number. All right, what's it going to be?
I'm not prepared to do that for any amount of
You literally did it
dollars.
for free the first time, and then you did it again on my birthday with
Yeah,
Hop.
and you know what, John? Those were both
Which is actually really
mistakes.
weird to think about that you
Those-
did it
those-
on my birthday. Is that like my birthday present?
Was it your birthday or was it like your New Year's stream?
Oh, was
'Cause
it my New Year's stream?
I
Maybe
didn't
it
do
was.
it on your birthday. Your birthday, I was drunk and Hop was on.
Yes.
I'm thinking the New Year's stream, which was like a couple days before New Year's. I don't know why, or
Yeah.
it wasn't like the New Year's stream, but it had like a bunch of guys on it. And I was just drunk. That's my explanation there. But yeah, no, I am going to I'm going to reserve a tiny bit of self-respect here and just not accept money for showing my feet.
$20 million.
Call me,
You could do a lot of good
call
with
me
$20 million.
old-fashioned.
Jake,
Well,
can
I
do
mean,
it.
and Moon Man doesn't have $20 million.
All right.
And if he did donate $20 million, I would just use that money to kill him. It's perfectly, it makes sense, right?
Wow, all right, dude, that's vindictive. He gave you that. He's being nice to you and everything. Caveman for 5 says Halo 3 is better than Halo Reach. I think that Halo 3 had more gameplay options and probably tighter gameplay as well in terms of like the weapon selection. However, I like Halo Reach's Forge more. The weapon selection's not as good, it's true, but I do like their Forge more. I like some of the abilities. I thought that was fun, and you can play all the classic maps within Halo Reach, which I really like. So, I mean, you know, I played more Reach than 3 because Reach was like really when I got into gaming was around Reach. But Halo 3, I recognize, is probably objectively better. Thank you, Capeman. Appreciate that. Amrai Boy for 2 says you can send the judges pizzas. You can send them packages Kaczynski style too. I mean, if you really wanted to. Amrai Boy, thank you. Cody Fisher for 5 says my ism is being overly weaponized listening to these humans. Yeah, Mr. Ray, my ism is being tingled. Thank you, Cody. Appreciate that. Amrai Boy for 2 says the army still uses a empty elevator shaft. Sorry, do we mean for executions? Empty elevator shaft. Base, if true. A Bunster becomes a new member. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Focus Trip's wife for 5 says, you know what's better than a 6-7 joke? Jake's reaction after a Candace AI piggy video. Gold mined. Gold mine. Yeah. Jake loves this one. What
You get to hide those piggies. What's wrong with you, Jake? Why are you so scared?
Was she right or no? Was my wife correct? Was my stream wife correct?
John, I don't even know, man. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What to say to that.
Right Boy for 2 says Royal Rangers for Boy Scout alternative. Okay. Royal Rangers. Cool. Sounds better anyways. Should be like Royal Crusaders or Christ Crusaders is like an alternative. That's a better name. Cody Fisher for 5 says if you don't know who Steve Irwin is, straight to the chamber era. Surprisingly straight to the chamber.
Yeah, well, Mr. Uma Musume fangirl himself, Logan, does not know who Steve Irwin is. Fun fact.
Elbow Gwen for 5 says, have you read the Kevin McDonald trilogy, People That Shall Dwell Alone, Separation and Its Discontents, The Culture of Critique? I have not, though I have heard those referenced before, so I probably should, Elbow Gwen. I appreciate that. Thank you. Or Elbow Jen, sorry. I've not. Jake, have you read these works of art?
I don't believe I have.
All right. Logan sucks at shooting for 2 says the blonde ice chick. You mean Marin Kitagawa? See, I don't know who this is. I just saw the image on Twitter and was like, this will look good in the background of a thumbnail.
Why
Right?
does Logan know?
That's the thing is Logan. I thought Logan wasn't into anime. He just liked the horses. And then now he's so entrenched in the community that he sees a picture and he just knows exactly who this is. Right.
I thought Logan's brain was incapable of storing pop culture references. Like he's just physically incapable of storing any information that isn't like, breathing and shooting guns. But all of a sudden he knows
additional information because it's
all of
already
a sudden
it's from the what? It's
all
from
of a
the
sudden,
show. No, listen to this, Jake. It's from the show My Dress Up Darling.
Logan, what the fuck, dude?
My Dress Up Darling. See, this is the thing. I use it as propaganda because it's like it's a cute blonde girl with the Ice outfit after Ice just slimed out 2 lefties, right? And like, who doesn't want an Ice baddie after sliming out 2 leftists? Like, obviously, it works on multiple levels. Jeez.
Apparently she's 16, according to Jimmy Lusvin. Oof.
Really?
Or 1,600 years old. I don't know, John. We don't know
What's the
with
difference?
anime.
What's the difference? Anna again says if we had $1 for every time we saw Jake Stows, we'd have $2, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. True. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. All right, I think we're all caught up, Jake. So after this 4-hour-long menagerie of misery, what do you have to say for yourself? What would you like people to take away from all of this?
I didn't even fully say nigger tonight, which I'm proud of myself for not saying that word, because I really wanted to a few times. But I guess all I would say is anime is cringe. To seriously be interested in it. And obsessed with horse girls. That is disgusting and perverted, and Logan should change his ways. Also, Christ is king, and we will prevail. This whole cultural, whatever this is, this clown show that we live in is temporary, and Christ will win in the end. So do not lose hope and continue to fight. That's all I gotta say.
Based, mega based. Richard, what do you got going on me?
I've got some clips coming out tomorrow. I had originally planned on doing a stream on my channel yesterday, had everything set up, got ready to go, went to hit the live button, and YouTube said, oops, we need to verify you. This is going to take some time, even though I verified with them back in October and they didn't like it. So I am still in limbo waiting on that, but hopefully there will be some sort of solution. Hope they realize that I am in fact a real boy and they let me stream. So
should be good. Well, I dropped all of your links in the Rumble and YouTube chat. Check him out at Richard Cranium Focus Serps 2 and his Ko-Fi donation link in there if you are so inclined.
Logan donated $5 earlier for me to put that goofy PFP up, and one day last week I got a let's see who it was from. Brush Okie gave me a donation of $50 and said simply in.
Based, maximum based, engaged, dude. Excellent. Good to hear. I saw people were messaging me. Okay, perfect. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know that was a lot of black pilling, and it's really not black pilling. All right, I call it rage bait, not black pilling, because it should. The exposure to injustice should in some way, shape, or form make you upset, right? That's kind of the point of it. You shouldn't be apathetic. You shouldn't spend your days doing your 9 to 5, needing, gooning, whatever it might be. You should be working to improve your station in life so that you can improve other people's station in life, your friends, your family, your community. You should be trying to accomplish something positive. You should be struggling against the evil in the world in a sort of, because it is our struggle together, right? Or your individual struggle, some might say. But it is your God-given duty to endure, right? And that's what we're going to do. So with all that away, gentlemen, thank you so much for watching, for hanging out. We will see you next week. Have a great weekend. Christ is King. Godspeed. God bless.
The geek piping sandy cheeks, patty on the slab at the Krusty Krab flip, so the patties don't burn, so the crab isn't mad on the back of my spatula. Flip, so the patties don't burn, so the crab isn't mad on the back of my spatula. Spatula.